And we are live. Hi, everybody. Oh, look, speaking of everybody, we got a Colby, we got a Cafe, we got a... Hey, Cafe! Hey, we got a Laffy, we got a V, we got a Kong, we got a Ray Ray. Hey, guys. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Let me pop you all out. Pop out. Ray Ray, good to go to have you. Infinite, good to go to have you. Raven, good to go to have you. Kiko, good to go to have you. Buddy, good to go to have you. Danny, good to go to have you. V, good to go to have you. Just caught Elliot walking the tea tree and then logging out suddenly. Yes, I had to fix some settings I had, and I could only do it outside of the game. Look at all you lovely people. Oh, that's so great that you're all here right at the start. Loki, good to glad to have you. Hope you're doing well. Lady, good to glad to have you. I just arrived back from. Sorry, I was 1 minute late. I had just arrived back from my lunch, where I went out with my partner and her husband and. So I arrived back like 5 or 10 minutes ago, and then we were still in the middle of a conversation, so I had to finish up all on that. Hey, yeah, today we're gonna be doing 6.5. We're gonna be wrapping up the story of the Void before we go into 6.55 on Tuesday. We got coming up here. How y'all doing? Raven, also hi. Just wondering to lick the like button, then I'm off again. Good. Yep. Thanks, Raven. Hello, lovely people, and why not? And who do not consider themselves lovely or people. 99 minutes. Oh, if it had been waiting all that time. Ray, if you were looking for something to do while you're waiting, the latest 14 archive just dropped. Yeah. Reminder, no spoilers, but spoilers mean anything for the future because we are up to date now. Well, to be fair, what do people spoil other than this in the patch, right? Everyone, if you still haven't done Memoria Misera EX, I highly recommend it. A little left field, but yes, definitely a good recommend. Tuesday, that means I gotta touch grass for a day. Oh no. Oh no, what are all of y'all planning to do on your Mondays? We'll give it a minute too here before we hop right on in. Oh hey, there's Luffy. We'll give it a minute here before we hop on in. Let me get on my outfits. Let me set my glamour plate. So it is correct. Portrait. It's important stuff, all right? This is important work. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm looking good. Read. Ooh, what you gonna read? Chores and maybe try to finish some other games I started. Yeah, I'm debating whether or not I'm gonna do a bunch of writing for the channel, or if I'll take that time off, or if I'll like hop on and do a Jackbox with T people or something. We'll see. How many of you guys are excited to redo to re-experience 6.5 as well today, or don't remember all the details of it? When did it come out? When did it come out? 4 months ago? September? That sounds right. Maybe October. Started the Crescent series by J Mass. Oh, nice. T-Box. Well, Crave, good to see, glad to have you. We know what you're in for. 15 weeks ago? Sweet, perfect. So yeah, 4, 8, 12, nearly 16. Okay, yeah. Amber, good to glad to have you. Also read. None of the 9th? Is my current. I don't know anything about it. Jackbox is such a good idea to pass the time during maintenance. Okay, well, if a lot of you guys are interested, we'll do that. We may not like stream it. We'll just do it over the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you want to join our community, you can join us over at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. But we've been going for about 5 minutes here. I remember most of it except for when it came out. Yeah. It's interesting. I feel like patch 6.5 I remember the least. But maybe that's because I was in such a haze when it came out. Okay. V or Ray, I'm sure you guys have figured out who's going to be the leaders for doing the dungeons and trials. But we're going to have a dungeon and trial today. If you want to join, talk to them. They will be your guides. I am going to go head out to Razatan and get this party started. Ray is quite well read, so I'm not surprised that she's... Especially if it is in any way slightly gay. If there are lesbian witches in it, I'm pretty sure Ray has read it. That's just a fact of life. I also remember how hard the trial theme slaps. Yeah, I've done the EX for EX7 a lot. The trial we're going to do today, and the music does slap pretty hard. Yeah, I was really sick when 6.5 came out, so I barely remember much of it. The story beats aside from being very emotional. Yeah. basically. Oh, you know, actually that reminds me. I was sitting in bed last night and not able to fall asleep, so I was meditating on why I feel like the 6.x series is really good, but why it's very good, but why it doesn't feel like at next level. And I have a pitch, and I'm curious to see what you guys think about this, and maybe we'll bring it up as we go along because I think more people will filter in. I think part of the struggle in 6.x is that the emotions of what it means to the people who struggle and are in pain on the 13th are not played into. The heartbreak and sadness of it. I think you have care. I think they intellectually are there. You know, you can understand that through Zero, through Golbez. They are explained to you, they're conveyed to you. But Zero is relatively monotone. Golbez is convinced he's right, and there is his heartbreak is not as evident as his zeal, right? His zealousness. The Void Scent are effectively, you're relying on the Void Scent. It would be like relying on the Sin Eaters to tell you about the heartbreak of the first, right? Because some of the closest places you might get to are Chiriano, right? Those friends who ate each other because of their fear. Like, again, all those ideas are intellectually there. Or Rubicante and his pain and his struggle. And if you do the side quest with the Hectides, it further like deepens that information. So all the information's there, but I don't think like the heartbreak of the emotions. I don't think the Teslins, I don't think the Exarchs, I don't think the Ardberts say, you know, think about Ardbert 3.4, we did everything right, and that speech, right? I think that, I would say, because I just sat down and I thought, okay, if you think about Zero's story, from beginning to end, everything that needs to be told is told. Like, information-wise, adding more length to it would not necessarily, like, just adding more time wouldn't have really changed that much. Varshan and his Jaya story would not necessarily add that much. Maybe a little bit more to Golbez, not even more to Golbez, but a little bit more time for Golbez for his role in 6.5, where it all changes might have been nice, but is it really that necessary? And how different is that to some other changes in the game, right? So to me, I think it's that crux of the emotional heartbreak and humanity, and having more of that would have helped. Because I think some places, like for instance, when Zero is out in the cold, dying alone before the flood of darkness happens, like that vocal performance in that point is it has that same sort of bit to it. So I'd be curious what you guys think about that. Also, how's audio before we continue on? You need to know Elio was super drunk during 6.5 release, like Nixon in the White House. Okay, great. Hopefully power doesn't go out. Yeah, been super windy this afternoon. Oh, that sucks, Kiko. Ray, they only get better, and yes, it's a solid. It's still that's lesbian necromancers in space, of course. Of course, that's Ray's jam. Called it. Lesbian witches in space. I fucking nailed it. I know nothing about this book series, and I nailed it. Welcome back, Raven. V's in charge of live stream. Contact her. I have a cold. Oh, Ray, I'm sorry. I know you were feeling a little bit under the weather. Also, connecting Minoru to EX and Endwalker trials. I hope we will have the same out of left field non-MSQ trial for Endwalker. Well, we're gonna have Asura Infinite. So does that count? We're gonna have Asura, and that's gonna be released on Tuesday. And having done that fight at NA FanFest, it was phenomenal. It was really fun. It was a good fight. I don't know if we'll have any EX though. I think it might just be a normal, or at least it was normal when we did it, but it might have been tuned. Everybody's giving good feel. Sorry, Ray. Eat soup, feel better. Everybody's giving their well wishes. I have been eating soup. There's a lot of telling us about the heartbreak, not a lot of showing up, and at least not as much. Yeah. Cafe off screen. Comfort Ray. Get better soon. Long story short, lots of tell, not very much show. I would be a little kinder and say lots of tell needs more show. But you know, maybe I'm being trying to be overly nice. Yeah, there are first-hand accounts, but at the same time, there isn't enough of them that are clouded by something else. IZL monotone, yeah. Audio good on that end, yeah. Since yesterday, I've taken to calling Golbez Tubert, and I will not stop. Right, Asura, yeah. I think Asura will be the new Gilgamesh for Hildy. I think so. I think so, Rag. Also, Rag, good to see, glad to have it. I think that's what it's gonna be. At this point, I'm basically. If it is Hildebrand trial, up until now, they never had EX. Yeah, so that would even further make sense then. Yeah, correct. If it is Hildebrand and trial, it won't get it won't get a stream. I don't think it's gonna get an extreme. I don't think it'll get extreme even also because then it wouldn't make sense for totems and it's not like there's gonna be another links or anything. But yeah, it's a fun fight regardless. Thank you all for the kind wishes. Yeah. Okay, shall we get started all? Shall we get going on our 6.5 journey? We waited 10 minutes, it's been sufficient time. You know what? Okay, here, I have 2 questions for you. Oh, do I still have Legacy on? I have 2 questions for you. 1, are you ready to go? 2, can I ask you 2 more questions? 3, can I go get water? And 4, do you guys want to see Deadpool? Ugh. Oh, no, you're good, bud. Good job. Give me a high five. There you go. Good job, bud. Come on. Woo! Okay. Okie dokie dokie doke. Apply that, that's fixed. Have fun in the bathroom. Okay. Does anyone ever not want to see Deadpool? Fools. Fools and heathens. Only Elderman EX will be a Godbird boss fight. I presently wait for the day. Outside of FF4, what game has Asura been in? 4 is the only one that comes to mind, but my brain is saying there's something else. Asura, Final Fantasy. Maybe they appear as like a weapon or something. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I'm only seeing Final Fantasy IV. Do they really never appear? No, okay, there's, yeah, in Final Fantasy X, there's, Bastra is an enemy encounter, Mount Gagazet. 14, we've got Asura, obviously, Final Fantasy Legends. Yeah, the only major appearance is Final Fantasy IV, really. Like, there are, like, some other things, but, like, that's the thing. Okay. Let's get us started. Otherwise, I'm going to be talking to you guys for... I do want to actually... So, first off, I definitely... If you guys have thoughts about what you do or don't like about 6.x, or, like, are interested to talk about it, please bring it up. I think we'll definitely try to spend some time talking about that. Also, I really want to point out that the methodology that they establish right here to teleport lights to the 13th was always the question of, like, the problem was like we were talking about, like, okay, yeah, getting the light to the 13th is great, but we don't know if you just put light in the 13th, does the umbrella immediately counteract that? Because you're still taking aether from one place and putting it in another, so there would have to be a transaction. You'd have to put darkness in the first and light in the 13th, because otherwise you're going to imbalance not just imbalance their aether through astrality and umbrality, but the amounts of aether could cause issues. Also, what would be a methodology to actually transfer mass sums of aether? That was always the problem. One possible thing that I had come up with during 6.4 was those giant bevies of energy batteries that could store high amounts of aether. But instead, they came up with something else that's quite interesting. That's very, very, very interesting. In terms of the methodology, and we should pay close attention to it because I want to better understand it this time around, exactly how it works. Ah, Elio, I was about to call for you. There have been developments concerning the Void Gate that I would discuss with everyone. Coincidentally, I am told Ystrola will be returning shortly. I dare to hope that she has made some progress in devising a way to harness the first light. Come, let us await others in my chamber. Yeah, and in Gagazet, Danny, yeah. Oh, my hide button is currently broken, I think. Oh, right, this isn't voiced. I forgot that happened. And it was very strange. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. I pray thou art come with glad tidings. With findings well worth many sleepless nights, I'm pleased to report. You may leave it here, thank you. Also a reference to many sleepless nights passing. Eager though I am to hear the details, I must first share tidings of my own grave ones. Urianger hath sent word from the Void Gate in Mare Lamentorum. The situation is precarious. They continue to rely upon the brands to contain the forces which would otherwise flow freely into the source. Yet though these measures were sufficient to imprison a fragment of Zodiark for eons against our enemy's determined onslaught, they are degrading at an unsettling rate. The Loperites are sparing no effort to sustain the brands, but 'tis only a matter of time ere they fall. Unless we act soon, there shall be no stopping Golbez from realizing his ambition. That Zeromus should test the seal even when not at full strength, 'tis every bit as terrible as we feared. Aye, we must needs vanquish it, to which end we require a means to pierce its dark shroud. So did you find it? A way to bring resplendent light to bear against our foe? As a matter of fact, I did. The theory was simple. We harness the light from the first and channel it to the 13th. The theory was simple, but the methodology was always the question. We've known that for years. Such a feat would require us to manipulate vast amounts of energy, to say the least. We're gonna throw grenades at them. And so I consulted Sid and his fellows, who rose to the challenge and produced bespoke devices, aether transmitters. Honestly, it's a lot smarter than using crystals or storage mechanisms, because then you can just channel it. The problem is getting it through a gate. These marvelous contraptions can be placed at locations of our choosing to facilitate the flow of ether. In other words, we can use them to create ethereal currents. Trying to think about if there's anything that's weird about that. Not really. I mean, everything about the physics of that tracks. As long as you have conduit points that act as the key points of the ley line, channeling aether from one to the next in a tether and having that aether drawn in that current makes sense. There's no real... What's interesting about that is that means that they could also establish ethereal wind currents or through from one location to another. So the potential uses of that in the future are legion. That such a thing should be possible. We shall first direct aether from Nabatha Rang, where the flood of light was halted, into the Crystal Tower. We all know from personal experience the wonders of which it is capable, wonders which suit our needs perfectly. I should mention that the structure in the Azim Steppe, which the Alligans built to redirect aether, was also a source of inspiration. She's talking about the House of the Crooked Coin, which you see in the northern part of the steppe, which was redirecting aether away from the area that was the burn, and using it for other means. And it's one of the reasons that also the step was as fertile as it was. But us redirecting it, and also using some of his energies for Seiryu's wall, actually, honestly, I guess we don't really need Seiryu's wall anymore, but means that the burn should over time begin to heal. Well, I know where the budget for the voice acting went. Went to that animation. That was dope.
Once we have infused the crystal tower with sufficient aether, we shall send it into the rift.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if I caught that the first time. I don't remember catching that the first time. Infusing it into the tower, then sending it through the ocular makes so much more sense as a strategy. And using the towers as relay point, as the mass relay points that then gets converted elsewhere makes a lot more sense than using just these as a trail between them. Because I was not able to like figure like how the hell would you propel aether using these through the ocular. It's still a little bit weird that the ocular could be used to transport that aether, but honestly, it's not the strangest thing.
And the aether transmitter shall guide the energy onto the 13th, like so. This way we shall have a lance of light with which to pierce the shield of darkness.
This feels like such an important scene. Why is this not voiced? I do remember saying that same thing when we first did this. It's so weird that this isn't voiced. It's like some .1 bullshit.
Or so I hope. No tests were performed were close to the scale of what we ultimately seek to achieve. I cannot guarantee its success.
Well, it would hardly be the first time we played it by ear.
True enough, but that's not the point of pride for me personally.
Yeah, late addition or late edits that prevented PVA, maybe.
Science and theory aside, we need to place one or more of these transmitters in the first, I take it. A task we must entrust to you, Elio. Rest assured, I will provide you with what support I can.
Yeah, busy with 7.0 stuff.
I wish to go as well. The world that you brought back from the brink, I would see it with my own eyes. But how dost thou intend to make the journey? In a spirit vessel. That's how you and yours managed it, yes? Void Sense Summoning also see the soul separated from flesh. The separation I can do at will. The principles are similar enough. If you aren't averse to traveling with company, I should be glad to lend Zero my vessel.
Oh, did you get a little smile that time?
Then it's settled. I shall finish preparing the transmitter and then help Zero transfer her soul. Pray, see to your own preparations and let us reconvene at the Megaduta.
That's an interesting point, Crepe. Do all the characters in this speak at some point in the patch? We'll have to keep out an eye for that. Okay. Let me catch up on some of the guys you guys were saying. I've been impressed seeing Zero's story back to back. Not waiting months in between. It works really well. I was worried her character development would feel fast, but it doesn't. Yeah, I feel like all the information on the pages actually feels pretty like appropriately paced, and that's what I was thinking about last night. I was like, you know, some people. That's what I was trying to think about it, right? People have been saying like, oh, certain things happen fast, and I was thinking about it and having replayed. I'm like, what? Like Zero, let's take Zero in specific. I don't think it actually does happen that fast. So what is it that might be that makes it feel like it's not happening fast? I think it's that emotionality might be missing to an extent. Yeah. If anything, it actually progresses better than I remember. Yeah. I wish they stayed working on the Aether Balls project beforehand. Yeah, some setup for that would have been cool, Infinite. Even just like maybe a small side quest or something that they had if they created for 6.4 or 6.45 where we helped out him with that. Yeah. Weird, I googled the name, but I only had a Suro's weapon with slightly different name. Yeah, Bashura is the enemy in the place. Yeah. The trial would be a lot different if Bashura, yeah. Put up your dukes, man. We're gonna do some punchy. Voice acting budget was eaten by Themis for the raid, yeah. Fun fact, Mystic Quest released in Europe as Mystic Quest Legends, the first mana game, which released in the US as FF Adventures, yeah. Yep. I take the whole patch of Noya voice acting if it meant more of Themis' soothing voice. You mean we can fly to hub cities if we direct our wind currents there? Well, more that like, maybe. Yeah, think about it. If you could direct wind currents between that, you could create very easy flow for airships, right? I think, Dr. Relish, good to see you, glad to have you. I think 6.x has some weird logic leaps when it comes to reflection travel. Really? How so? I'd be curious to see that because honestly, all of the metaphysics so far that they've established that is in 6.x is information that has existed throughout the MSQ or in the books. The only thing that reflection travel that or in the Encyclopedia Eorzean or is heavily implied through the information that has been granted. I would say the only thing that is starkly surprising is that the energy can be Aether can be transported through the ocular. I would say that is the one thing that's pretty shocking. But not it doesn't break any preset rules so much as it is like, oh wow, that's impressive and seems, but we'll continue to see how that is. Could you use that as 2 link points of a teleporter? Maybe. So here's the thing, Crepe. It depends on the level to which flow has you traveling through ambient aether of the above ground versus traveling through the ethereal sea, because my impression is more to do with the ethereal sea. And the thing is that converting yourself into aether, I don't know if you would immediately follow the ethereal flow without 2 strong anchors at either end. And I don't know if the balls would count as anchors. Because while they're an anchor for creating the flows, they're not strong points of aether to act as lighthouses. But maybe. Let me put it this way. If they ever did that, it wouldn't like completely upend our knowledge of aetherology or anything. My suspicion would be based off of the necessity of having anchor points of the giant crystals that act as the teleportation points is too important to make that work effectively. But yeah. This is a good plan until some doofus leans on one of them and knocks it over. Syracuse is nothing if not an enigma. Transmitters almost work like aetherites. Yeah, except for what's interesting is that they kind of do, but more like very small aetherites, right? Because they collect the aether and immediately transport it rather than like acting as anchors. So they're gathering aether from the first, sending it via the tower to the source, then to the moon and into the 13th. Simple, really. I mean, straightforward. Complex, yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, I think at the time we speculated, Warrior of Light believes the age-old view of wing it. It works so far. Do all the characters here speak at some point in the patch? Yeah, we'll look out for that. Which would be odd, considering they managed to get a certain other voice actor back for an optional scene later. Yeah. It could have been budget, it could have been time, it could have been that as important as that scene is, it's not seen as quite as important as some of the other scenes. Maybe Shola doesn't speak. Forgot if she has a line in future scenes, but if she had joined the trial. If I got a gil for every citizen of the 13th I carried in my pocket, I'd have 2 gil, which isn't much, but it's true that happened. You guys love that joke. It was Estinian Zero, Vritra, and Y'shtola. I think I remember Vritra and Zero speaking at some point. Yeah, both of them definitely do. Estinian does. I don't know about Y'shtola. Y'shtola definitely has lines. Okay, so they all do. MSA, it's good to see you. Glad to have you. Elliot, you skipped the best part. US and EU have both games called a game called Mystic Quest, but it's a different game in each region. I mean, surprising no one, right? Okay, but some crystals are small. Right, it's not that they couldn't act as crystals, but the aetheryte shard system only works over a very localized area. So the shard system also requires technology to function, which is why they can only you can only use them in cities. But yeah. It's a combination of the ocular relay and just the shoot a bunch of aether at the moon to open a portal thing felt weird. Well, so they do explain that, Dr. Relish. So if in that conversation, it's not that they shoot a bunch of energy aether at the moon and it opens a portal. What happens is they're going to the dark below area, which is highly astral in nature, and they are using Allegan and Maki. Well, I think mainly they just mentioned Allegan rites and magics that were created for the opening of the Void Gate for the Cloud of Darkness in the Crystal Tower in order to create, in order to use a Void Gate. So the natural astrality of what was left of, not necessarily the Aether, but the realm that was left behind from Zodiark, automatically makes that area predisposed towards Voidal Tearing. And then on top of that, you have the Aether of the that is used from Hom in order, and the rites of to open a Void Send Gate to create it. The same way that there was a Void Gate, the way that the Void Gate was opened with the Crystal Tower, right? When we did Syracuse Tower in the World of Darkness. So I definitely caught that when we were going through the second time, that they actually do kind of hit specifically on the methodology for all of that. Yeah. Talk to Estinian now. Okay, yeah, we'll talk to him.
For a moment, I misunderstood and thought Y'shtola was proposing that Zero borrow her body, which would have been odd.
And the fans would have rejoiced. I mean, given how horrible you and Thad and their crew feel after using the experimental aetherite, I don't think my Warrior of Light would ever want to use Flow. Yeah, well, Flow is an incredibly dangerous spell. It has a lot of negative things can come out of Flow. For instance, sometimes you can use it and your giant boat ends up on the mountaintops a world away. Sometimes you use it and you end up in the live stream twice, like Y'shtola. Sometimes you use it and the aetherite that your army is using to teleport is broken mid-transport and your peoples disappear permanently forever.
Y'shtola will be along after she has seen to Zero Soul. Let us await her here.
But Zero has permission. Yeah, I mean, consent changes a lot. It's definitely true, Rag.
Apologies for the wait. Everything went smoothly. Zero's soul is now safely within the spirit vessel. I shall have the alchemist attend to her body until she returns. The vessel I place in your care, along with a transmitter and set of garments for Zero. I've also included instructions on how to operate the Crystal Tower, courtesy of Grahatia.
Oh, right, we can operate it because we have the crystal. I was going to say, without the Alganai, how are we?
While you're away, I'll join Urianger and the Loporits on the moon. They'll need help should the brands fall. A fine idea. But on my part, I shall continue to coordinate our efforts while I recover from my wounds. Given the task at hand, I suggest that you speak with Reen. With her power over light, she is bound to be helpful in our efforts. But ere you do that or aught else, seek out Beklug. As the foremost authority on soulcraft, should be able to grant Zero a corporeal form. As I recall, the old Numo was rather fond of the Cabinet of Curiosity, so that should be your first stop. That's all from me. Go forth, Warrior of Darkness, and make your triumphant return to the First.
So in Nemesis, it's in EE1. Here, there's two things I gotta fix. I gotta fix system configuration, keybind, system. That's why. That needs to be numlock. Yeah. It was during the War of the Sisters between Ul'dah and Sildi, I'm pretty sure. But it should be like what? Slightly after the 900s. Burn. Wealthy merchants. No, that's not it. It should be. Is it earlier? Here we go. 964. Sasa Weifu's army employs Charlene Aetherites in an ambush against Sasagan's encampment. In retaliation, Sasagan's army destroys an Aetherite while in use, causing nearly 800 of Sasa Weifu's men to vanish without a trace. During the War of the Sisters between those guys. Breacher, are you sure about letting the alchemist care for her body? You know how they handled Justinian when they first found him. I mean, they've had time to study her at this point. To be fair. Yeah. We talk about Flo, reminds me of a comic I saw. It's after Warrior Blade fights Xenos. She still is lecturing him, and the Warrior Blade is just like, you have no legs to stand on. Yeah. Tracy, good to go to have you. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna buy the damn books. Just a little fly fee on blowing $300 on a bunch of lore and $300. It should not be that much. Nem, it should be like half that. It's not $100 for each. Wait, is that an alpha minion? Oh, okay, it's just an alpha minion. At most, it should be Australian money. Well, here's what I will say. At the very least, Nem, it is worth it. They are worth it. I will say that they're beautiful. First off, they're just gorgeous books. And secondly, they're incredibly useful. Most of the information of them is not new. It's more like a collation of a lot of information, but there's like 10 to 20% that is like not quite in games or not fully in the game. Does teleportation take longer than we see in game, as smashing crystals during the loading screen is going to be a hard time, unless they have 30 seconds to load screen. Yeah, teleportation does take at least some amount of time. It's never defined, but it does take, it's not like instantaneous. But it's ambiguous how much time it takes. Our work, our time chronicling events from the time of the flood proceeds slowly but surely. It is perhaps the most ambitious project I've dared to take on, but I consider it my mission to preserve our collective experience for posterity. Thank you, Morin. Is that you, Eldio? What brings you back across the rift? I'm actually here for some help. Let me explain. Honestly, first you ask me to extract a soul from a spirit vessel, and then you tell me you have designs to channel light to another reflection. Wicked white, Elio, is nothing ever simple with you? I suppose some people can't help but find themselves at the center of world-changing events. Very well. If your home is in peril, then I shall do all in my power to aid you. While I tend to your companion, you should go speak with Reen. By all accounts, she practically lives at the Horatorium these days. I will look for you once once finished. Remember, today is your last chance to do Heavenstrom and get a cute minion. Yes, if you want to Chocobo dress as a dragon, go do it now. You use bucks as slang for Australian dollars. I mean, we use it for slang for American dollars, too. Just saying after John, flow feels worse. I did the event day one on all my characters just so I don't miss it. Smart, Danny. Hey, Becklug, look what I brought you. A soul, Becklug. Straight up. Yeah, oh shit, yeah. Becklug gets more and more fed up with us. I mean, but it's warranted, right? Like, we can all agree that. Also, since we're here, let me just take a second. You guys remember when we were doing Shadowbringers, we used to meet at the tea tree? Good times. I got the minions and all my characters. Almost tempted to make my Hrothgar Highlander to be later Fantasia. Early to get her minions. Yeah, not a bad idea. Also, the minion will probably go on sale in the cash shop a year or two later. So if you do miss it, you can potentially get it again later. Our TNA tea tree. Yep.
Restoring the elements to the empty may allow life to flourish there once more. But that isn't enough to return the environment to the way it was. No, we need to gradually reintroduce life, beginning with plants.
Yep. Just because it's habitable doesn't mean that the things will come back immediately.
Not just any plants, though, but those that won't be a burden on a weakened land.
So, cactuses. All of the cactar. Sabotenders for days.
Such as...
Well, what about coffee plants?
coffee. If I recall correctly, it thrives in warm climates with cooler nights to promote growth. Yes, that might be suitable. And with a good harvest, we could set some aside for coffee biscuits. Wait, it's you! It seems you caught me rambling to myself. How embarrassing. I've been studying botany, you see. Hoping that the knowledge would help our work in the empty. But never mind that for now. What brings you to the Crystarium? It was my understanding that the final days were behind us.
They are, don't worry. But, well, I have a lot to explain. And kind of another crazy plan.
You wish to combat this otherworldly threat with the power of light? Please, let me help. Though I've lost my connection to Hydaelyn, I can still manipulate light to a degree. If there is a chance I could save others with that power, then I have to try.
"'Tis done. Zero is now with us in the flesh. The spirit vessel I shall hold on to for operating the tower. This will help me to make sense of the controls, will it? There's a levity in his words that wasn't there before. It heartens me to know he is well. I shall see to the preparations as per his instructions.
My thanks for your help.
Think nothing of it. That said, 'tis customary that my kind receive fitting payment for services rendered.
I forgot about this.
Not
Oh,
a likely
backlog.
void sent then. In that case, you may devour some of my ether.
Are you mad? I'll do no such thing. The very suggestion is absurd.
Now, let's calm down. We all have our preferences, and I'm sure no offense was intended.
I shall attend to the tower now. The rest, I leave to you.
Zero, was it? My name is Reen. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Both of them have been given names, which I think is interesting.
This world isn't what I expected. While light is indeed strong here, it's not pervasive or overwhelming. Everything looks much as it does in the source.
We have the Warrior of Darkness to thank for that. If you're interested, I would be glad to show you around.
I think it's really easy to forget how important this scene actually is. It's proof that even in the, you know, in the wake of utter destruction, of the oblivion of the flood of light, that they were able to make a home, that they were able to reclaim. Like, for this is the ultimate turning point in some ways for Zero. And it's the Crystal Tower acting as a symbol of hope, as it was supposed to.
Just an ordinary sky. Ordinary and beautiful. To think that after so much loss, they could reclaim this.
You know, Ray used to, I know you make the joke of beautiful guy's fog, but I mean, for me, I think the fact that it's raining, that it's just a like a simple, normal sky, even if it's just a simple foggy sky, I think would still mean it. And Elio's head covers them up. Yeah, we can't talk about Nuclear High because I have an Unrolled quest on Elio. I have them on Len though. I also thought I brought some kid with me in the other crystal that took the mate. Yeah. Schaller, Culture Clash. I think oh yeah, FFA was my first FF, so Blue Fields holds a special place in my heart. I don't know which song's Blue Fields? Like Lugs opens the G. Old Saucer Ball, yeah. Also I love Beck Lug, good doggy, yeah. First time I watched this, it felt like they were ignoring Eden, but listening, it's not clear that she's thinking of the next steps. Yeah, it's absolutely in the wake of Eden. And let's just say there's another very big Eden reference coming up later on. I went back to the Eden Zone recently, and the sight of it being healed with the Rainbow Crystal and the soft FF. Oh, right, that's where Blue, right, plays. Made me tear up again. Yeah, it is genuinely beautiful. I remember the first time they broke out of the dark realm within Gaia and into that, and it was the Rainbow Crystal and everything. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd seen in a video game. It was just like that stark color was glorious. Is the empty theme? Yeah, thanks, Flaffy. Zero, standard fog weather rain is absolutely mind-blowing. Yeah. Blue Fields is what plays. Yeah, you guys that. It's also the FFA overworld. Yeah. It's been so long since I played 8. Being a patch quest, he says something new. Yeah, we can potentially check that over on Lend, or you guys can just go ahead and pass it on.
Well, we restored peace to the world, and I want to ensure that peace is preserved. That's why I'm learning everything I can. I've heard something of your deeds here, of how the Warrior of Darkness fought on, despite light ravaging his very being. And I have the selfsame strength of spirit. Perhaps I could have done more for my world. No, it isn't over yet. The 13th isn't beyond saving. That's why we're here. So where to? Just lead the way.
Just look, even the way that Zero's dialogue is, she's come a long way.
I see that they use Aetherites here as well. Not that I'll be able to, having not attuned any. I trust you're willing to walk with me?
If any of you guys want to share what a Nuclear High says, go for it.
Let's head for Nabatharang. Since Zero can't teleport to the Aetherite there, we should probably travel by Amaro.
No longer monophilia for sure. Yeah, no.
Ah, there you are. Thank goodness I'm not too late. Ah, still got it. Lena, I take it Backlug told you why he's here? More or less. Greetings. I welcome. I am Lena, captain of the guard here at the Crystarium. Zero, is there something you require?
Has everyone seen the new art of Lena that they released recently? Because if not, I'll show it.
When I learned of your plan to gather the light at the Crystal Tower, I felt compelled to warn you of the potential repercussions. I know well that you would never use the tower for ill, nor without due caution. Even so. I believe I understand.
Perfect mirror to the Garleans.
Ever since the flood, light has been a source of pain and misery. Some fear it, and still, no doubt. Which is to say that some would be uncomfortable at the sight of it wielded as we intend. That is your concern, is it not? Precisely. It was the light that nearly consumed our world. To use the Crystal Tower to harness the destructive force risks turning the tower into an object of fear. You may convince the Crystarium of the necessity of your cause, but it will not be easy to win over those outside of our walls. I worry this will undermine the fragile trust that we have only begun to build with some communities. They may misunderstand your intentions. Tell me who they are and what misunderstandings they may have. I shall allay their concerns. Elio and I will go with her. People know us. Our presence will put them at ease. Thank you. I realize this will delay the execution of your plans, but I see no other way. As for where to begin, I dare say Yulmore would be a good place as any. Though ours is an amicable relationship now, we were at odds for long years. Yulmore was once ruled by a tyrant who wielded the power of light. Though he promised salvation, in truth he made slaves of his subjects and sought to destroy any who defied him. He's gone now, thankfully, and a good man named Chai News was elected mayor. Relations between our cities have improved much since then. Even so, there's a lingering rivalry between us. If the Crystarium were to harness light without warning, some Yulmorans might suspect we have ulterior motives. Thus would it be prudent to give them prior notice. If you explain that you seek to save the Warrior of Darkness's home, though, I should hope that they would give you their blessing.
Yeah, agreed, lady.
Once again, yours is a name that commands respect and trust in the domain of your former enemies, as it does in Garlemald. Where else should we wait? Visit. After Yulmore, I would suggest the Ratika Greatwood. There you will find the Knights Blessed, a small collective which worships darkness, as well as the V's, guardian of the secrets of ancient Ranka. The V's are insular and will likely not object unless the light encroaches upon their territory. The Knights Blessed, on the other hand, would greatly benefit from your assurances that your actions will not adversely affect their lives. People who worship darkness, bidding for a world all but consumed by light. Very well. We'll treat with the people of Yulmore and the Knights Blessed. Here, take these Whisper Weeds. I'll let you know when all is in readiness for the tower.
Whisper Weeds are the first version of Link Pearls. Actually, I think they come from a prior Final Fantasy. Is it 5? It's 3? Yeah.
Right then, I should tend to my own task. Explaining the situation to the people of the Crystarium and arranging for your transmitters to be placed here in Naboth and in Naboth-Arang. We're truly grateful. Thank you, Lena. Come, let's head to Yulmore. Hopefully Chai News will know how the best to present our plan to everyone.
Okay, for those of you who don't know, this is the new vinyl art. It's the Exarch reading stories to young Lena when she's a child. Let me fix my hair. Ooh, I'm looking kind of greasy today.
Years gone are so soaked in sin.
Kitten bunnies are almost as cute as Kitten Mikote. The Kitten Mikote and Crystarium is so cute, yeah. Wasting. Thanks to one detail in the last quest of 6.5, I wholeheartedly disagree. What was the Wasting's point? I feel like the new 10-year saga, the first will be forgot. Sad since I love this place. I feel like everything about this patch content would vehemently disagree with you on that one. Also, Wasting's good to see. We talked earlier. Yeah. I think personally, I would say I don't know how you play this patch in specific, just even this MSQ, and feel that way, because I feel like very much this story is seeds for some future stories as well, and I don't think that first is being forgotten or dropped by the wayside at all. I mean, hell, they skipping over the Stormblood MSQ ultimate and going straight to the Eden ultimate even. Yeah. 12 dang, the reunion between Graha and probably 7.x is going to be crazier than Runar and Stolla's tearful reunion, especially since Graha no longer that old grandpa Mistel. Yeah. I'd be curious. I wonder if it'll be as early as that. Nem. But maybe it will be as early as that.
Look, Dulia Chai and Rendon are here too. Between the three of them, we should be able to get some good advice. There is a great and powerful leader of Yulmore. He must be possessed of subtle qualities that make him uniquely suited to the position.
Greetings, Warrior of Darkness. You've come out of concern for our esteemed mayor. Fear not. He runs the city well. As ever, prefers to work closely with the people. The better to hear their voice.
Oh, Ellie O'Reen! Oh, what a wonderful surprise this is! And you even brought a new friend!
Good gods, if it isn't Elio! To what do we owe the pleasure? Not another world-ending threat, surely. Surely not. Surely not?
Sadly, it is. We've got a grand undertaking that regards the people of Yulmore.
Ah, and you wish to consult with me before making your plans known to the populace. Very well. What exactly did you have in mind?
Well, we need to apply a large amount of light aether to the Crystal Tower. We're afraid about what people's reactions will be.
Gathering light with the Crystal Tower, you say? I would be lying if I said that doesn't bring back unpleasant memories. And I believe I speak for most Yulmorans.
We can hardly blame you.
We have no reason to question your motives, of course. Neither yours nor those of the Crystarium's leadership. A world engulfed in darkness, its corrupted inhabitants attempting to invade your own. It's rather a lot to process. But the desire to save one's home is something anyone can understand. I'm touched that you show such concern for our feelings, despite the gravity of your plight. Very well. You have my support.
As if there was ever any doubt. Right, let's gather the people at once. An explanation from you ought to ensure everyone understands.
No, not so fast, dearest. If I were to reveal everything at this juncture, many would be deeply unsettled, regardless of any assurances I offered. No, we need to first set the stage, spread word of the Warrior of Darkness's plight, that he is on a mission to save his world, as he once did ours. That's actually brilliant of him. Rather than just being like, they're gonna do this thing, being like, hey, the Warrior of Darkness needs your help, you guys in? Once the tale is common knowledge, I shall call an assembly and explain the need to harness the power of light to a populace far more amenable to the idea. That's actually really clever. To that end, might I trouble you to speak with our citizens about your predicament? It would be more efficient to hear the details from the hero himself, more likely to inspire solidarity to your cause.
So we appeal to the desire to aid the warrior of darkness to present light in a more positive light. Well played, Master Chai.
Like, damn, that is actually really good.
If it's best that you do the talk, if it's best that you do the talking, then we'll come with you. Fine by me. I'm content to observe.
Once you have finished your rounds, I ask that you report to me. I should like to know how the people react.
Lead the way, Elio. We'll be right behind you.
I freaking love Julia Chai, both the Chais, yeah. I think skipping Xenos' ultimate is since they want to add the 3 Endwalker trials to it as they are connected to Xenos. Maybe he eats them all as he originally planned to become superpowered. That's possible, Rag. That's one interpretation. It could be that they also just didn't have a good idea. The fact that Shinryu's involved, for sure, Rag. Could also be that they didn't know how to make like Shinryu and Yotsuyu. It's not like you combine the Warring Triad with Thoradin like they did for DSR, really. But no, I think that's a really interesting pitch for sure. Maybe that is the way they'll go with it. I was assuming that an ultimate with Zodiark would be more Zodiark fully formed as a stage, but maybe that is a stage, and then Xenos still pilots it or something, you know. But that's definitely yeah, I like that. It's a cool idea. Seeing Julia again is so sweet. My spine began to hurt for some reason. This is always a great way to show off Chai's growth. Before he was hesitant to voice his idea, and now look at him. Right, lady, 100%. Anyone see the Square Enix staffer who cosplayed as Julia at the FanFest? At least I think it was Creative Business Unit 3 staffer. I didn't, but that's very cute. I did see the guy come on stage with the barrel tender mask, though, and look, who doesn't want that? Since YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Zodiark is a Gundam for Xenos. Good work. But I mean, if you use Zodiark and then also gorged on the Mother Crystal, and then I don't know. I'm just imagining like you can't really combine that then with the Endsinger, but I am trying to imagine like what if like Xenos End teamed up with the Endsinger or something. They also like to keep abs on social media and understand how popular it even is. Yeah, it could be that simple as to Wastings. There tends to be that they often pick because of ideas. I mean, but also to your point, Wastings, they literally even said when it came up, it's like we know that Eden is very popular, and I think the language they said is the characters involved are very popular or something.
While Lena and Master Chai couldn't be more different, they're both mindful of how their actions may affect others. They're both good leaders, and and there's much I hope to learn from them. From that conversation alone, I could see how much the people here trust you. Thanks to Euless and Thancred, I've grown better at recognizing it. What? You've met Thancred too? I mean, right. Of course you have. I don't know why I said that. Right, let's find some citizens to speak with. I suggest we start here in the canopy before heading down to the understory and then the derelicts.
Any talk points here? No. To the beehive! Beehive. Breaks her egg and makes himself an omelet. There's an idea. Dialogue and show us yours for you to look at after you finish the story today. Nice, laughing. Nice. Yeah, Xenos was already unimpressed by Endsinger, so he might swat her aside and become the final boss. Yeah, that's also an idea. Fulfill a similarity to Virgil and Devil May Cry 3 and insist, surely you don't think she deserves the main event, do you? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's definitely, I think that's definitely a good, decent way to go. All I know is I'm definitely looking forward to the ultimates for Shadowbringers and Walker for sure.
A tavern, and an extravagant one at that. But those dancers engage with the poles in such strange ways. Are they pantomiming a battle? A soldier thrusting their spear into the ground and using it to launch themselves at enemies, perhaps? Given this world's violent history, it makes sense that the displays of martial prowess would become popular entertainment.
Oh, Zero.
You sweet summer child.
Angry once told me that people come to these places to savor some memories and drown others. I imagine the B5 was built primarily to help Humorans forget about Sin Eaters, even if only for a time. But now they can simply enjoy themselves. I can see the appeal, but don't worry, I know I'm still a bit too young for it.
Okay. I used to live for the moment, not caring what might happen on the morrow. But now that we have peace, I find myself thinking about the future and feeling anxious. Well, about that.
What? Your home is threatened with destruction. Wicked White, why are you wasting time in a drinking hole? Ugh, but as I say it, I feel a tinge of hypocrisy. Gods, I need to take control of my own life. I need to face my troubles head on. And the same goes for you.
Leonard, it'd be funny if some ultimate with Xenos, he just piloted Zodiark and transformed it in a fucked up version of Shinryu because he just finds it more useful to it. I mean, like, I don't even think that's that far of a stretch for a pitch for one of the ways they could do it. Like a version of like Zodiark, but with like Shinryu's head and tail or something. I think that's a quite possible incarnation that we could see. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how they do Endwalkers, because do they do like a completely different story with what if Zodiark was reforged? What if the Xenos ate the Mother Crystal and fused with Zodiark and ate the Mother Crystal? What if, you know, like there's a bunch of different ways they could choose to play it. Those Endsinger stages are going to be crazy, though. Yeet!
Well now, the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Light both. How may I be of service?
We need your help. My home is in danger.
Your enemies plot to invade your world. Haven't heard tales of Sin Eaters ravaging countless villages. Your plight feels all too familiar. Come what may, I urge you to remain strong. You overcame the Light Wardens. You can overcome any adversity. And for what it's worth, I'm sure everyone here will be willing to help you in whatever way we can.
Ooh, what if the world was never sundered? Well, if the world was never sundered, we don't exist, so I don't think that really works. I mean, the world being reforged, like all the calamities happening or something, and reflections rejoining all at once or something. Could imagine something like that, you know? But if the world's never sundered, like, we don't, you know, we aren't around, so I don't know how they make that work. Ah, yes, the middle section. Never get lost in here. I get lost in here every time I need to go there. No. Oh, I never get lost in here every time I get there. No, yeah. Imagine he fills in the missing parts of Zodiark with Shinryu. I don't know if that Shinryu has enough power, even if he consumes the Mother Crystal to do that, but maybe. Oh, I wouldn't. Or a Shinryu that switches from dark and light depending on if it is feeding on Zodiark or Hydaelyn, or is that too similar to Themis? No, I don't think it's too similar. I'm just trying to think about how you would make that for an ultimate and for like, because an ultimate isn't one fight. I don't know how many of you guys have done ultimates before, but like for an existence, Uwu, you fight all three primals and you fight the ultimate weapon. Binding Coils, you fight Bahamut, but you're also fighting all the other bosses like Titania, Nail, etc. Right? You know, DSR, you're fighting many different stages. You're fighting Thoradin, but you're also fighting, you know, with the Nidhogg and Hraesvelgr stage. And so you have to think about it. It has to be able to progress, right? Every ultimate has multiple parts to it. Omega, you're fighting Bug Omega and Twins Omega and Eldritch Monstrosity Omega and Final Dynamis Form Omega, you know.
Are you the Warrior of Darkness? I never dreamed I'd have the honor. But why are you in Yulmore, if I may ask? My home is in danger and we need help.
Your home is in danger, and you've come seeking help. Well, that worked out perfect for me.
If there's anything we can do for you, you need only ask. Things could be better here, of course, and we've got a long road ahead of us, but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and yours. We'll never forget that.
Also, I only noticed this recently because I was reading E3, but literally this is where this is their garbage chute. And actually, I think there's another one around here that's like their poop chute.
things here cleaning up the debris. For a moment I thought it might be void sent. In case you didn't know, it's not uncommon for our kind to use statues as vessels. But I see now that it's more akin to a mechanical soldier used by the Garleans. They come in all shapes and sizes, don't they?
I really like that element that they're using the Taloses to help try and make the derelicts better. That's great.
When Vothri tried to keep us out of the city, many free citizens died in the chaos. Some had no kin to inherit their wealth, and so Gilmore decided to use it to help fund the reconstruction of the derelicts, and part of a greater effort to improve the living conditions down here, which is important since there's simply not enough room for everyone in the city proper.
It doesn't, just because you want everyone to have a place doesn't mean that there's immediately space, so. Oh, I see, there's someone back up at the canopy. Talos? Talosi? What? Oh, stop flexing your psychic powers. Never! I knew you were gonna say that. In DSR, they made a whole phase out of pulling the eyes off of Estinian. Right. See, like, so that's the thing is, like, any version has to be, it can't just be, like, Shinryu, but monster. It has to be, it doesn't necessarily have to tell a story, because there's, like, they've been very veritable about that, but it has to have, like, multiple very interesting different phases. There's Laffy. I need to watch the Omega Protocol. It's very interesting. I mean, it's not as story focused, but basically the Omega Protocol is what if Omega actually figured out what made us powerful, and was able to incorporate that. That's basically what the Omega Protocol is.
The people know and respect you, Elio. I have no doubt that everyone will rally around you in the hour of need.
Wasting. Sometimes you gotta ball, but just toss out a gold chalice. So the people are of one mind in their desire to help. Good, good.
Why, just earlier I overheard a conversation about how the Warrior of Darkness is seeking to save their home. Your tale is spreading quickly.
The plan was unfolded precisely as you've envisioned.
All that remains then is to assemble the citizens and explain Elio's need to gather light. For better or worse, I'm mayor of the city, and I'll do my best to win them over. Wait, aren't you? Yes, you're her! The young lady who saved me from Vothri. I'd eaten enough mule to fall under his control, but you cured me. I wouldn't be alive today if not for you.
Oh, I remember you too. I'm glad to see you're doing well.
I only learned later that it was the Oracle of Light herself who saved me. Saved us all. I didn't know if I'd ever get the chance to express my gratitude. I'm sure it was nothing for someone with your power, but thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
What is this meal?
It was people.
Food made from the light-tainted flesh of sin-eaters, you say? I see. The more they ate, the more of Light's corruption spread.
Right, and because of that, they became susceptible to Vothri's commands, as he could make the sin-eaters do his bidding. Thankfully, I was able to suppress Light's influence and free everyone from his control, and there seems to be no lingering effects.
You say that as if it were some small feat. I've seen countless souls corrupted by darkness. Someone with the power to heal them would be regarded as a great figure and never know peace.
My gift has been a burden. Many have suffered for it, died for it.
There were times when I wished I didn't have it, but I wanted to run away from everyone and everything. But I had friends to encourage me and to guide me, to help me learn not just to embrace my gift, but to take charge of my life, to change my fate. And so you did just that. The people of this world are resilient indeed. That half a Voidsent like me managed to escape the flood of darkness. For all these years I never stopped to wonder why. I wonder if I had a greater part to play. Well, Perhaps it's time I took charge and considered what I might be able to do for others. The answer is here in the first, and I will find it.
So that end, E12 also kind of what if. Well, I mean, all of the EXs and the Savage raids are what if scenarios. Like literally the EXs are fan fiction of the Bard, and the Savages are multiple things. Like sometimes they're the Savage for Omega is Omega's projections on like how things could have played out different. Eden is the like records of the guy, and then like I think you get the there's a crystal that you get that is like a that retunes and re-recollects the memories of what happened. Yeah. So yeah. Most final tier fights in Savage are a bit what ifs. Just look for those in Pandemonium. Yeah, same with Pandemonium. Exactly. Yeah, I just hope when we get Yindawalker Ultimate last phase, it's juice up Shrouded Xenos or just basic Xenos. That'd be cool. That would be cool if it was like just a straight up version of that final fight. I think it won't be just because there's a very you can't. I feel like so much of that fight is rooted in a 1v1, and if it's 8v1, I don't think it's as interesting. But I think maybe they'll find a way to do it.
Brief though it was wonderful to see you. Do visit again soon, hopefully when the fate of the world isn't weighing on your mind.
We appreciate the Crystarium's concern for the welfare of our people, and we continue to strengthen ties between our two cities.
My thanks again for your consideration, Elio. The rest you may leave to us.
When I tended to the people after Vothri fled, I wasn't sure how much of a difference it would make. It's a relief to see that so many that I treated are alive and well.
If we have no further business here, let's move on. Where to next?
Sitherbow, the home of the Knights Blessed in Raktika Greatwood. We'll explain the situation to their leader, Runar.
Correction, the X's are not fanfiction of the Bard. It's the Warrior of Light nightmares caused by fanfiction of the Bard. Tez, good to see you, glad to have you. EX are fanfiction from Yoshi P's self-insert. Dude's in control of the game and still writes fan. So what you're saying is 14 did it before Marvel? What, fanfiction? Or fanfiction versions of something? Omega is special because we literally examine Omega's battle data and it starts playing Minstrel's track as relaxing music. Yeah. Yeah. You need to do errands, but it's to get the needed stuff from the objective, not to do for favor of people you already saved from Oblivion. Yeah. I love that they avoid the trope of hero needs to help from people he has saved, but first people that he saved need him to go and pick their dry cleaning to convince them to help. Yeah, clean up the Undercity somehow. Yeah, just build another ward reen. It turns out that takes time and money to do. Infrastructure doesn't just happen, unless you're China.
Little wonder those who revere darkness would gather here. Yet dark as this wood may seem, it is a blazing torch next to the void.
I've not visited here in some time, but it's as much as I remember, which is good.
The what ifs thing? Oh yeah. Well, technically no, because the what if comics have been around since 80s at least, probably maybe even earlier.
Elio, you are a sight for sore eyes, my friend. Will you be staying long in Slitherbow? Though having said that, I suspect this is not just a social call.
There's a great plan in motion, and the Knights Blessed deserve to know about it and understand what's going on.
When you put it that way, very well. On behalf of my people, I would hear what you have to say.
It's a lot, so going to need light, and an enormous amount of light, and funnel it through the Crystal Tower. And that's ultimately our plan.
What? Your world, Master Matoya's world, is in grave danger.
Master Matoya?
Shtola took another name in accordance with the customs when she lived among the Knights Blessed. They believe that the light taints everything that it touches, even their true names. Out of respect, don't speak hers here.
You are Zero, yes? The one comes from a world of darkness consumed by darkness. I struggle to conceive of such a plan.
A pitch black pall shrouds the skies, which neither the light of the sun nor the stars can pierce. It is the opposite of what you once knew here in Norvrant. That being the case, I'm sure you can relate to our situation.
All too well. You have my deepest sympathies. And in order to beat back the darkness in your world, you would harness light from ours. Tis a simple, yet brilliant idea. Only Master Matoya could have conceived of such. That Norvrant is still in her thoughts. That we are still.
And look, I don't know if you want to like ship them romantically, but there's no question that they have a deep connection that he has for her, and that she is like somewhat, and to the amount that Y'shtola does requite. Like, I have no stake in the game whether they do or don't, but like the text is just the text. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't think that the game is shipping them, sorry.
So, you're not opposed to our plan?
We Knights Blessed may place our faith in the dark, but we have never sought to force our beliefs upon others. If your deliverance lies in light, then by all means, avail yourselves of ours.
Yes, good to see you. Glad to have you.
I'm surprised. From what I was told of your people, I was certain you would disapprove of our methods.
Do not mistake our reverence for the darkness as a desire for it to be ascendant. Rather, in darkness there is a peace that we seek to make our own through prayer and self-reflection. And while light may have wrought suffering in our world, anything in excess can be harmful, even darkness, as you and yours know all too well. It is a wielder who is righteous or evil, not the weapon. If you would wield light for a noble cause, then who are we to deny you? An easy thing for me to say now that the night has been restored to our world. Perhaps, nevertheless. I wish you the best in your fight, Zero. May light shine your way in the darkness.
Yeah, true cast.
Now then, to mark this joyous occasion, I must offer you a proper welcome to Slitherbound.
Lady. You might find this interesting, Zero. If you say so.
Right, let us begin with the customary greeting. Elio, I trust you will remember how to announce yourself as friend of the blessed.
Oh, I'm sad they don't let you have options. Does she though? She is. I would just say go replay 5.0 and 5.x if you haven't recently to see what I'm saying about, and also the fact that she repeatedly mentions Runar by name during 6.x. Yeah. Does she though? She herself said that Magnai's advances are far from the worst she's heard. Well, the Magnai advances are. Oh, that must be a response to that. Y'shtola wants a relationship with Runar because it means she would need to be in the first and as far from Magnai as possible. Okay, sorry, Danny. I thought you were talking to me, but no, to Dez is bullshit.
Aline Tuta. Aline Tuta. Our first visit here was nerve-wracking but exciting. I'll never forget how the villagers warmed to me when I spoke the words. This is a watchword, I take it. Aline Tuta.
Friends, old and new, I bid you welcome to Slitherbow.
Aline Tuta. What does it mean?
In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. This greeting allows us to quickly discern friend from foe. A simple expression, but in the world bereft of night, the words held deep meaning. They were a reminder of the world as it was, when the sun and the moon and the stars danced across the sky, and we wished one another well as the day gave way to night.
A communal tradition, so the words serve to bind us.
Indeed, we are no longer strangers, you and I. Next, we shall have you cleansed of light impurities. Present yourself to Davith in the yonder room. He'll be glad to assist you.
The Burn Savage. Who else completely forgot when playing 6.5 about Aline Tuta? Honestly, I did, and I even played Shadow. Well, I guess actually in my defense, that was a year ago at this point. I remembered there was a greening. I didn't remember that it was Alien Tuta specifically. For those who were around when they added new races before, do they go back to places and add them where they weren't before? No. What they will do is when new quests happen, they'll make them a part of things. So an example would be with the Sage quest, have a bunch of male Viera in it, right? And so sometimes there'll be a male Viera tied to a quest and added an Endwalker that'll end up in Eorzea. So there weren't, like, originally there weren't really any Al Ra. You'll notice that there aren't any really Al Ra in the main, like, cities. But there are some that are tied to quests now or are quest givers, etc. Yeah, like before 4.5, we did not see a Viera. Yeah. Just wondering if we see female Hroth pop up in places like this or not. No. What I would imagine you will... So unless they go back and change things, with the graphics overhaul and the fact that they're adding clutter and stuff back to map, maybe they'll consider doing it. I don't think they will. I would be really shocked if they would. If they do, just knowing how they tend to do stuff. What I will say you may see is if, for instance, Andin. You know the Andin quest? The delivery quest in Ilmeg? Andin's a Hyur, or is a male Viera, right? So that's a good example of where they'll add, and Andin's quest came out during Endwalker, not during Shadowbringers. The main quest giver for Dark Knight is an Al Ra, for example. Yes, although to be fair, that's also because Al Ra became playable in Heavensward Lady. Al Ra didn't become playable in Stormblood. So that's part of, but to your, and Ishgard wasn't available before that, so that was kind of part and parcel. Yeah, just finished Andin today. Yeah, so perfect V. So you know how Andin's a male Viera? That's the kind of thing I would expect to see. If we get like a new, it could be that, oh, here's a good example. I wouldn't be surprised if for the Viper or the Pictomancer quests that we pick up in Ul'dah and in Gridania, if there wasn't a female Hrothgar associated with one of those. The same way that there was a male Hrothgar associated with Gunbreaker, right? In the Gunbreaker quest, you had a Viera and you had a Hrothgar, and they were completely new in Shadowbringers, but they were around in Eorzea. I like both Runar and Zero. While having opposite calamities and wanting the thing the other does not like, they still understand each other with the whole flood of light and dark thing. Yeah, well, I think Runar put it perfectly, right? Like, let's reread that line, because I think that was beautifully put on his part, right? Which is, it is the, do not mistake our reverence for darkness as a desire for it is to be, do not mistake our reverence for darkness as a desire for it to be ascendant. Rather, in darkness there is a peace that we seek to make our own, through prayer and self-reflection. And while light may have wrought suffering in our world, anything in excess can be harmful, even darkness, as you and yours know all too well. It is the wielder who is righteous or evil, not the weapon. If you would wield light for a noble cause, then who are we to deny you? An easy thing for me to say now that night has been restored to our world, perhaps. Nevertheless, I wish you the best in your fight, Zero. May light shine your way in the darkness. You know? Because it's all, ultimately, it's about that peace, right? The point for the Knights Blessed is where they find their peace. And they only care that others find that peace too, right? Yeah, they just try to integrate them more going forward, but don't really retcon their non-existence. Yeah, as far as I know, I don't know of any cases where they've retconned them. There may be one that I'm not aware of. Like, they may have put Auri retroactively an NPC in a place, like in Eorzea that isn't associated with a quest of some kind. But I just, or I shouldn't say in Eorzea, in Realm Reborn maps. Because there are Auri in, like, Sidurgu, obviously, but still associated with the quest, but in Heavensward. And then you obviously have, I think there are some Auri in Giravania, for instance. Yeah. Dara, it's good to see, glad to have you. I will say, if they do go back and add NPCs of newer races to pre-existing areas, it would make certain scenes really out of place. Like, Yugiri being an Al Ra was supposed to come off as surprising because she hid her face for so long. Yeah. Yeah. Or the fact that when you meet Fran and you can be playing as a Viera and they're like, dude, Vieras, man, they're rare as like, no, man, like, you don't understand. It's crazy, man. She's a Viera. And it pans to you and you're a Warrior of Light Viera. It's good shit. I don't want them to change that. It's funny.
No sooner had I greeted this Davith that he poured a pot of water over me. I wasn't expecting a literal cleansing. It's nice to guide new friends through the same experience, isn't it?
There you are. Your friends have just been cleansed. How do you feel?
Wet, but otherwise no different.
I would have been surprised if you said otherwise. Even so, it is customary to cleanse ourselves of light with water blessed by our priests.
But you have darkness again, do you not? Why continue the custom?
Why? For the same reason that it was conceived. To pray for the safety of friends and visitors alike, as we pray for yours this morn. Safe travels, friend, and may blessed shadow keep you. Mbasna.
Right. If that's all, let's return to Runar and see if there's any other customs I must observe.
Come on, Elio.
Some quests date very badly, like Evily's story, which introduced mysterious creatures nobody has seen called Fiera. Yeah, Ray, you caught it at the same time as yeah. To be fair, Dunny, that already feels kind of weirdly out of place because of so many PC player characters alright, yeah. Meeting Fran while playing as a male Viera gave me such a case of the giggles. It'd be funny if they added new lines to these scenes, like some V's being confused when you are a male Viera, or someone in Baja being a simp to you when you are a Hrothgal. That would be cool. I don't think they'll do it. I want them to do it. I think they should. I don't think they will. I think their priority tends to be moving ahead. I will say, I feel like if the fan base gave them enough guff about it, and like polite guff, we're like, hey, it would be really nice if this kind of like matched. I think that they would. I do think they'd consider retroactively doing it and going back and like looking over all that text. The problem might be in, not problem. The thing is that they'd have to do that in every language, and fuck, man, that's gonna be a lot of text. But no, at least the most egregious cases. Yugiri, okay, here's my thing with Yugiri. Yugiri is kind of excusable as much as it's weird because you're an Al-Ra already. But because you already belong here and people know you. And there are a lot of people who have, especially at the time of A Realm Reborn, have really negative views on dragons. And she's worried that people will mistake her for one. She's ignorant of the land, and so she's trying to be somewhat, like, she's trying to avoid drawing attention to herself, right? She's also a ninja. She wants to avoid drawing attention to herself. I know I'm reaching, but I do think there's some ways that you can kind of make sense of it in a way that still somewhat works. But Fran, there's just no way to make sense of that shit. It's hilarious.
The memories of those I've met and bonds we forged will always be a part of me. She may find these moments strange now, but one day, Zero will look back on them fondly too.
How does Zero like our welcoming customs, I wonder? Oh, we'll talk about it.
I've undertaken the ritual.
It's, okay, here's what's really weird about these cutscenes. They are all the type of cutscenes that they do. So there are like 3 separate types of cutscenes that they do in game. These are the type of cutscenes that they do voice. And so what's curious to me is that the fact that they're not voicing any of them, like, it's gotta be a budget and other stuff thing. Or that they wanted to like, or that just because there's so much text or something. But it's interesting that they're giving so much attention to these cutscenes, yet not voicing them. I wonder what happened here. It's so... I'm sure most people don't give a shit. They just want it to be voiced. They don't really care about how the sausage gets made. They just want a good sausage. But I'm just so fascinated by it.
And while I can't explain it, I feel more confident than I did before. Just a touch.
I'm glad to hear it. With the Warrior of Darkness at your side, I have no doubt that you will save your 2 worlds.
If we can defeat Zeromus, then I, the Source, would be safe. But nothing would change for my own world. There would just be one less Voidsent to struggle over scraps with the rest.
If that is so, forgive me. I speak out of turn.
It's fine. I was under no illusion. I wish it were different, of course.
Oh, cool, the Whisperweed sound is different. Elio, can you hear me? Have you met with the people of Yulmore and Raktika? We have, and we got their permission. Excellent. Then we may proceed to the next phase of the plan without worry. Beklug has informed me that the tower is ready, so make for Nabatharang at your leisure. Roger that. I've arranged for you to rendezvous with Cassard en route. Not only can he take you to the site of the flood, but he will also know where best to put the transmitters, given his familiarity with the route between Crystarium and Amarang. You will be entwined on business shortly, so I've asked him to wait for you there. Well, looks like we're headed to Twine. We've got our help and we've got our ride.
It's all coming together. To Twine, then.
They did re-record some voice cutscenes for the sake of duty support, though. Yeah. Well, did they for duty? Oh yeah, duty support. Yeah. They also did when they redid the Steps of Faith into a duty. They re-recorded all those lines with the current Lise and Papalymo. Like some V's being confused for your male Viera or someone. Yeah. If it was particularly weird and evil is when they knew that Viera were going to be introduced within a couple of patches. Yeah. You think Yoshi could be pressured into new races, or should he just stop now for consistency? Well, here's the thing. If you had asked me a year ago whether or not he would have said, I would have said no fucking way. Over and over and over and over again, he has repeatedly said, no, we're not adding another race. It has been a nightmare every time we've done it. It's been a huge problem. It's been like, and then at Japan Fan Festival this past time, he went and said, unless there was a lot of pressure from you guys. So you know what, Wastings? I think the answer is yes. Could he be convinced? Yes. Should he? Honestly, no. I think they should put their energies elsewhere. I don't know how badly we actually need more races to play in this game, and I would honestly think those resources would be better put elsewhere. But if people are excited enough for it, god damn it, yes, I think he could be convinced, and I hope that they get what they're excited for. Also, holy shit, it's blizzarding outside. Holy moly. Last race, but he said who knows. He repeatedly says that this is the last race. However, he then at Japan literally, like, somewhat jokingly but clearly not, also went unless you guys really wanted it. Yeah. Also, perhaps re-record lines in voice cutscenes, which particularly for ARR. Oh, yeah, so we've talked about that a lot. Honestly, more than anything, who needs it is ARR. ARR needs a revoicing and also needs it to be like they need to double the amount of voice acting in it. That would, I honestly think, people talk about all the things they need to do to fix ARR. I think the only thing you really need to do to fix ARR is make it, the two things you need to do. There are two things you need to do to fix ARR. One is a normal version of coils, which they've mentioned they're thinking about, and the other is adding more voice acting. It's really that simple. Honestly, I think at this point, they've shortened it as much as they can. I don't think it needs more abbreviation. I just think it needs more voice acting. I'd like Lupin or a Gil race. I'm surprised they haven't introduced the Moonboss as a tribe of some sort. Moonboss. Why am I forgetting that? I've talked about that with you guys before. Moonboss. They're from, are they from? Yeah, those guys. The Moomba. Right. You guys have brought this up. Honestly, I mean, they may still be a tribal group that come up at some point. I would, especially with some of the 10 references they've been doing lately, I wouldn't be surprised if we get them as a kind of race. Allow skip Praetorium scenes, or at least voice to them. No. So Casp, no. There's a reason that they don't do that. The reason that they don't do skipping Praetorium is it used to be you could skip Praetorium, and what happened is people would go in and some people would clear the entire thing before first-time players even got to finish like the first two cutscenes. So they should stay non-skippable. If you're doing MSQ roulette and you're getting Praetorium, you are there to help other people who are doing it for the first time. Voice them 1000%. Totally agree. I would definitely be down for voicing them, but skipping them I think it was bad. You used to be able to, and it was bad. It was not good. But also Ray, good to have you. AC, good to have you. What are the possibilities of other races besides the ones that they obviously can't do? So here's the problem with like Lupin and stuff. If you do Lupin, unless like basically you have to say that you can't use helmets, because at least Hrothgar and Viera and stuff kind of have the right heads. Lupin don't at all, right? You get extra XP for Prey because you can't skip. Yeah. What did Infinite do that was funny? It's Blizzard outside. Hide your wallets. God damn. 9.0, 10.0 possibility. Yeah, that's when I would think for new races at the earliest. Playable Moogles. I said it. I mean, you can want what you want. You can definitely want what you want. We like the decision. If you could skip, then they'd cut an XP down to regular dungeon, yeah. If to voice Prey cutscenes, they would go faster in Japanese like Gaia's monologue does. Yeah. Rothgirl has a hat and picture, but not sure if it's just a special one that fits her. No, I think they're trying, I remember that they're fixing the Hrothgar. They'll be fixing the Hrothgar as much as the Hrothgar and Viera's, so there will be hats and helmets that Hrothgars will have. Ian, good to have you. Can't do Garleans because they can't wield ether. No ether, no warrior of light. Yeah, honestly. One thing that we've presented one time was instead making an accessory that's a Garlean eye that you can put on your head, but effectively you're doing Garlean face, and I feel like the ethics of that are quite maybe not great. Maybe they'll still do it someday, but maybe for the role players. We revamped MSQ roulette. I just add all the other capstone dungeons and trials to it. At least that way there's some variety. Well, the problem is the MSQ roulette is not about variety for roulette people. The MSQ roulette is for helping people who want to get through specific things. So the thing, you know, like get through this specific thing. I'm not totally against the idea, Danny, but I think the problem is a lot of times a lot of feedback that people give about MSQ roulette is coming from people who are doing it for roulette rather than people who are doing it for people who need help, right? Which the point of the reason the roulette exists for a lot of these things, especially main scenario quest roulette, is to help other people. That's why you can get lower level dungeons. That's why there is a 50, 60, 70, 80, right? And why a lot of times you'll get Sestasha while you're doing leveling. You know, you're there to help others. I was just about to bring up the Garlean gem, Lala, get Garlean face. Well, no, Dunesfolk gem has to do with Maki history, and it's very different. For those of you who don't know, in Maki history, the Lalafell there wore gems upon their brow, and it became part of their culture. And then that also continued to evolve into a whole thing that when they became the Dunesfolk in Thanolin, they continued to wear. Also, to be fair, what is it? Rava Vieira also have a practice of wearing gems upon their brow, you know?
Your timing couldn't be better, Elio. I just finished up my business here. Lena has told me all, and it would be a pleasure to take you to Nabatha-Rang.
Oh man, are we gonna see Trolley Man?
As soon as the others help arrive, that is. They're supposed to be along any moment now.
Elio, is it really you? Oh, more! Yay, more voices. We understand you are faced with quite a predicament, and when an esteemed customer is in need, the merchants aboard Sok are eager to provide.
The captain bade us assist you, sir, to ensure the light is delivered to the Crystarium. Members of our guard will place transmitters in Lakeland, and the good people of Mort Sok will do likewise in the Hills of Amber. You need but focus on your own task in Nabatha-Rang.
Yet more people clamoring to help you. It's almost be more surprising if they hadn't shown up.
If everyone is ready, then let's get to work.
Wait!
You're heading to Nabatha-Rang, and didn't think to call us. While most of our taluses are still in a sorry state, we spare no effort in maintaining the trolley.
Trolley! You even upgraded, as a matter of fact. It's faster than ever and can deliver you to Nabatha-Rang in no time at all. I love trolleys.
After everything you've done for us, we can't just stand idly by. Thancred would never let us hear the end of it.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
I dare say we have ample help. Come, let's go and acquire our light.
Des, your profile photo on Discord is literally the cockpit of the airplane that was used for the Millennium Falcon.
I love trolleys is the first version of I love trains. I like trains.
This has to be voiced, right?
So this is the flood of light. I don't remember much of the time when darkness consumed the 13th. Just the cold and the emptiness.
Zero? Are you all right?
I'm fine. You're the one who stopped this.
Oh, no. That was the first Oracle of Light, Minfilia. She's since left us, but I inherited her power and legacy.
I see. Let's get started then, shall we?
I'm surprised unless those tethers go quite far, which it doesn't look like they go that far. They must have used so many tethers.
The other transmitters are set. Whenever you're ready.
Friendly reminder that the P9 mage form, Scylla form of P9 Kokaidos is same voice as Reen.
Such is my fate.
Such radiant light. It's almost too much for one steeped in darkness like me.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero, alive. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
If this power were mine to wield.
Okay.
I will not succumb! Not to darkness! Nor to light!
Zero!
A void scent just taking on that much light. Oh my god.
She's taken light into herself. Her body struggles to contain it. She needs help. Thank goodness. How do you feel?
Better now, I think.
Then you're very, very lucky. Whatever possessed you to do that?
I had to know if I could command the light. If I could change my fate. Once, I would never have dared to dream it. But your friendship and your trust has helped me to see new possibilities in myself and everything else. Perhaps that's why, when I beheld this world once damned yet saved, I saw the potential for mine to be saved as well. To become a world where light and darkness are in harmony, and life flourishes. A world where we're not consumed by insatiable hunger, but filled with hope for what we might create together. If I had the strength, perhaps I could make such a dream reality. Perhaps I could awaken us from this endless nightmare. That's what possessed me.
If that's your heartfelt desire, then you mustn't be afraid to share it. There was a time when I lacked the courage. To voice my desires was to burden those I love, or so I convinced myself. But then I met those who believed in me. They helped me to believe in myself, and find the strength to live. And so long as I'm alive, I know that I'll be fine. No matter how dire things seem, no matter where I am. To be able to think that brought me peace, and it's a blessing I owe entirely to my friends.
Those who believe in us. I will remember your words. I know all too well that there's a limit to what we can achieve alone.
As a friend, I'd like to help you fulfill your dream. If you wish to take in more light, I can keep the power in check and help your body accept it.
If anyone can do it, Reen can.
So it would seem. Right then. I'm counting on you. Here I go. I can feel it. The light's warmth welling within me.
Then I believe it worked.
With this power, I will return to the void and fight for the world that once was, and for those I hold dear.
For those we've lost, and those we can yet save. My idea, just a different way.
Fun, good to glad to have you. Umino, good to glad to have you. Oracle Fly doing a little bit. We are a positive influence. I like the hat tip animation she does. Whoever made it was so proud of it, they make her do it at least 10 times in expansion. Well, to be fair, they haven't done it. She hasn't done it. She's done 0 times in expansion because she hasn't been in an expansion. I mean, I think but it's interesting. We were talking about the way in which it seems like a quirk of like her. It's her thinking face, basically. Kaveo is my other characters not so much. My Crow character. Kululu is basically a Han Solo merc with the trappings of that entails. Speaking of, if you want to join our community, our FC, we have an FC over on Crystal Curl. You can get in contact with us if you want to join it. Also, if you want to join our community, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives, where you can join us doing content and also all sorts of fun things like playing the game together, doing where we do things like checkbox party backs when there's patches are currently being updated, but we do things like maps, Blue Mage, EXs, all sorts of good jazz. Warrior of Light 0. What you got there, 0? A light! Warrior of Light. No! Classic. Isn't it ironic the power over light can stabilize the light? No, because her dominion is light. It's like saying, is it weird that Poseidon controls water, right? When light is meant to be a natural stabilizing force. Yeah, but the thing is that light and excess. So, for instance, if you have a system that is tilted towards astrality and you induce a bunch of umbrality, that's going to throw it out of whack. The same way that if a fire monster gets some fire aether, it's going to be very different than if we take on some fire aether, right? There's one thing 14 hammers home, and all things in moderation. Yeah, and to build off that, also all things in proper balance. Yeah, definitely wasting. I think it's just because the hat thing is a lot more like overt, that I think a lot more people notice it. But if people actually pay attention to the facial animations that people use, the Eorzean J has some as well. But yeah, Yashol uses the thinking face quite often. I do think that Zero uses just a tad more often than necessary. But I do think it's because it's specifically supposed to be a letting her like think, protect herself from the world, meditative moment, tick, that kind of thing. I think it works well enough as that.
Though I've only known Zero for a short while, I feel as though her struggle is my own. For her sake and her world's, we must succeed. We've done our part, and I trust the others will see the light to our destination. It's time we return to the source. I shall seek out Beck-Lug and have them return my soul to the spirit vessel.
It's interesting because it's not like we don't see. I wish that we saw like the aether transmitters or something. Like just at least for during this quest, during this patch.
Well, I suppose this is it. I don't know if you had any other preparations to attend to or people to visit. Well, I'll go ahead to the ocular.
What was that about you guys saying that? So one of you guys mentioning that you wish that they felt that they had forgotten Eden. Maybe we have a scene coming up that might be relevant to that. As a female Mikote, I also do the /think a lot, just like you still. I thought she uses the thinking emote to make her seem hotter. I didn't think it was. Okay. He was thinking all things in too much moderation, and we need to moderate the moderation. Moderate the moderators quickly! Moderate V and Ray and Loki. Brian, good to go have you. I love the ocular cutscene coming up. Yeah, very good. Leave the rod in. Yeah. We can't just throw light into the 13th and be done with it, huh? No, it's not that simple. Like if you just first off with that, if you took all the light from the empty and threw it into the 13th, you would be taking a bunch of the aether, because remember, it's still aether from the first and throwing it into the 13th, making the 13th overabundant in aether and the 13th deplete, you know, in it. And so there would need to be an exchange and a balancing of the two aspects. But also, if you just if you just flood a void sent with light, you don't cure them. They'll die and explode, right? Like if Zero had just gone in and just absorbed a ton of light and everything, nothing would have, like, it would have either killed her or maybe she also survived. Oh, fun. The third encyclopedia goes over how Reapers form bonds with void creatures. Now the writers speculate they could be reflections of the wielder. I hadn't thought of it like a Reaper. It's interesting. Yeah, fun. We had talked about that a lot when Reaper first came out. It's worth pointing out in that section, though, that one, the crystal with original Golbez is almost certainly probably the 13th reflection of Azem. Two, we don't know that's speculation of the characters rather than concrete confirmation, as we've never been able to test it against anything. And it's also interesting because the forming of bonds, though, we already knew. That's technically lore that's already in game. But yeah, the knowledge patch accomplishments from side content. The post expansion is tied up to my favorite quest lines, one of which I've had friends not even know about. Yeah, totally agreed. Fun, totally. Features rewritten ultimate. Yeah. Welcome, my lord. If you wish to go to the ocular, I should be glad to escort you.
Before we said our farewells, Zero thanked me, saying that she learned much during her time in Norvrand. While I do not believe I am owed such gratitude, I'm nonetheless glad that she found the experience worthwhile. It seems Zero is already back in the vessel. I would have liked to talk to her more, but I'll have to wait till next time. And there will be a next time, I'm sure of it.
Also, for those of you who didn't do Eden, what happens here? The tower stands ready
The tower stands ready to send light into the rift, and Zero's soul is secure in her vessel once more.
That was weird.
Our helpers across the realms have also sent word to the transmitter that the transmitters are in place. Once the others have been set on the moon of Zero's world, we should have a foundation for our ethereal current. To make matters worse, the transmitters broadcast a powerful signal that can be detected by the tower, even across the rift. Upon confirming that the void ones are active, we will send forth the light. To make matters easier, the transmitter broadcasts a powerful signal that can be detected by the towers, even across the rift.
That's surprising. When did they even test that to know? Okay, a little hand wavy.
The rest will be up to you. We'll all be praying for your success. I mean, it's fine. Now go, make haste back to the source and save your friend's world.
Wait, shouldn't there be a... Shouldn't there be a cutscene? The cutscene's later. Okay, thank you. I'm not crazy. I was like, wait, what? I totally forgot that was later. See, I told you 6.5 was for some reason not fresh in my mind. Consider that the Shroud of Zodiac in the first disappeared, so shouldn't that help the first stabilize faster with all the Aether returning to the first because of astrality? Maybe. At the very least, it returned to that Aether returned to the live stream, but it doesn't seem like that massively affected the astrality of the source in and of itself. But AC, in theory, it should, right? I'm hoping that they add Eggy Glamour style options for the Reaper. That could be interesting.
Welcome back, Elio. I presume the preparations for the first are complete. That is well, for time grows short.
Elio, thank heavens for your return. The laboratories report that the brand are on the verge of failing. We have no time to spare.
I shall restore Zero to her body at once.
It has been 15 weeks. Fair. I'm allowed to forget things after 15 weeks.
Ah, that's better. I was worried that the soul transference process might affect the light I absorbed, but it feels as potent as before. The radiance of your soul was impossibly blinding. I don't know how you would have managed without Reen's help. While Reen's helped me to contain the light, it was you of all of you who gave me the courage to even make the attempt. Your friendship, your acceptance. That includes the people of the First, the Knights Blessed in particular, showed me great kindness, as did Runar, whose only regret seemed to be that he could not join us. A regret we share. Ours is a reunion long overdue.
If all is in readiness, then I will assume my dragon form and fly to the moon. In the meantime, pray, make your own way to the drowning brand. There we shall reconvene before sallying forth once more into the void.
That walk are lost in the flood, our proud angels bathe in their wages of blood.
Shinobi has carefully looked track of the revamped Alliance roulette since then. Incidentally, shall report my findings on that. Yeah, definitely. Feel free, Danny. The only candidates for 13th Shard of SM are OG Golbez and Zero herself, though the game seems to prefer OG Golbez. Here's what I would say, Casp. Why Zero? What about Zero would what? Other than that, we like Zero and that she's an important character. What about her would what in the narratively would suggest that she would be, right? I'm not trying to say outright that you're wrong. My point is just like I speculated maybe it could have been at one point like during 6.0, 6.1 when it was like just Xenos Reaper, but at this point there's really no evidence to suggest Zero should be. Not least of which is that if we touched her while we were in the 13th, we would rejoin with her all like we would have done with when Arbor was just a soul. But there was none of that. But there's tons of reasons to think that OG Golbez is.
Oh, thank goodness you're back. The seal will break any moment, Elio, any moment.
Golbez will be ready for our return. You must likewise be ready for him. 'Tis a terrible darkness indeed that should so test the restraints which once held Zodiark, but with the light from the first, I am confident we will prevail.
The hour is upon us. If everyone is ready, then so am I.
The darkness groweth stronger with every passing moment. Doubt not, but the Zeromus should soon attain full strength.
Take time to fight the enemy. Time to take the fight to the enemy, is it? The darkness has been utterly relentless, gnawing at the seal like a mighty iron carrot. Strike fast and hard, because you won't get another chance. As a precaution, we further enhance the combat supporters. You don't need to worry about us while you're away.
I shall maintain my vigil over the brands. Pray, see that thou art ready to depart as soon as Reach and the others have assembled. May the light shine the way to victory and deliver you all safely home.
Mission onto the 13th. Oh my god. The words Go-Go Lapo Ranger came into my head, like a Loper Power Ranger, and now I want them at the next, Firefall? Oh my god. But the summer events, in Power Ranger outfits. I want the Loperts in the Power Ranger outfits. Since Zodiark was born for the souls of those who sacrifice themselves, would that allow them to come back now that he is gone? Or since the convocation didn't get the ritual off in time, they can't? What do you mean come back? No, so all the souls from Zodiark, except for on the 13th, return to the live stream and will either be reincarnated or in most cases, it seems like, allow their souls to break down and just become one with the star like the Ancients of Eld did, allowing that Aether to form new souls. Yeah, I think the best option for the 13th star is Golbez, considering his attitude and heroic ways, and also the fact that he's unvoiced for some reason, even in cutscenes where everybody else is voiced. What purpose does that serve, you know? Sink beneath their dark, do you think we suffer? Drowning, yeah. And full of this, not good with names, vanish into Aether in the scene before we fight Zodiark, so they all return to the live stream. Yeah. Times Maki 13 times. Holy moly, Danny. Holy moly. I actually thought that was going to show up in Elvis or Pandemonium, but maybe it's for the best that they did not. Yeah, Azem was. Yeah, I don't think we will ever see Azem. I could be wrong. They may totally change their mind. I think their plan is to never show Azem because I think it's more interesting that way. For us to never really run in with them. Alexander but Loporits. I felt it lingered too long on the leaving cutscene. Which cutscene? I'm not sure what you mean. Moonfire Fair? Yeah, Moonfire Fair. Okay, I don't know why my brain would start saying Firefall. I come back, I'm in live stream. I'm just a goof. Yes, yeah. So all the souls that were within Zodiark returns to the live stream of the stars. So one of the ways that you can know that is that Hythlodeus had to be called forth from the ethereal sea, but was only able to be done so after Zodiark's slaying. On top of their Golbez, gender isn't specified, if I recall. I don't think so either, Laffy. Why don't we just eat Golbez's Memoria? I don't think that would go well. Okay, focusing up for the next little bit.
In order to unleash the most concentrated burst of light possible, we will route the energy to multiple transmitters before directing it to converge at a single point. I will survey the area for suitable locations.
Here's my question. How are they getting it from the Crystal Tower to the moon? I mean, I guess you could create a line of transmitters all the way from the Crystal Tower to the gate. The gate, what is it called? I always forget. The Gate of Annihilation or something. It's called something crazy. The Nether Gate. Like, how are they getting it to the Nether Gate? Like, I get from the Nether Gate through the portal. I don't know. Here's the thing. The metaphysics of what they're doing doesn't really at odds with anything. It's not that the physics are wrong. It's just the amount of teleportation nodes that they're gonna need to make this whole thing works would have to be in the thousands.
It's too quiet. Surely they know we're here. This time, sister. This time, I will save you.
The dark pall over the crater has grown thicker. and on the other side lies Golbez's domain. He'll have altered the terrain to hinder us. I don't sense his presence, but I'll wager he's in the crater. 'Twould be ideal if he were. I shall hurry and place the transmitters. Once they are activated, our cross-rift ethereal current will be established, and light will flow freely from the first, in theory at least. It will work. It must.
All is in readiness. Without further ado then. Light from beyond the rift, shine forth and banish the darkness.
About line where you could use a little more energy.
Excellent. The tower is replete with light from the Bath Arang. Commencing transmission.
Source in the middle, first on the right, 13th on the left. Source first.
It works. It works. Light is flowing into the void.
Okay, but that's making it look like it's skipping over the source.
May this
Okay,
light
I have questions.
Illuminate your way.
Oh, that line gets me
You
every
can
time.
do it, Zero. I believe in you.
May this light illuminate your way.
Honestly, if they'd have torn open a hollow, that would have been cool as like part of the story.
Look, an opening.
It worked. Let us waste no time and sally forth. Alas, I fear the breach may be too narrow for you, Vritra.
For a blessing, I prepared my simulacrum for such an eventuality.
My true form shall stand guard here while we explore the chasm. Tis faint, but I sense the presence of a dragon. No doubt my sister's essence trapped within Zeromus. Not where she was held captive before, but somewhere much deeper.
The descent will not be so easy this time. The chasm swarms with void scent.
Summoned by Golbez, perhaps, or born of the residual darkness.
However they came to be, we shall cut a path through them. Is everyone ready? Zero?
that light should shine in the void once more.
No single one of us could have made it so. Only by joining hands were we able to kindle this light.
Do you see, Golbez? We needn't damn others to save ourselves. You knew this once, surely, when you tried to befriend me. When you were one of the precious few left willing to trust in another. But that man is gone. And in his place, a mockery of his beliefs. It's the same as before. Though we walk different paths, we seek the same destination. And yet... there is something I must know. A truth that lies waiting in the dark.
But he doesn't have a method to invade the First. And also, if he invaded the First, it wouldn't really solve the problem. From his standpoint, he has no way to use that light to cure the... He doesn't know the light from the... He doesn't have a way to get it to the 13th, and he doesn't know that if you bring the light to the 13th, that it'll do anything, that it'll actually help with anything. From his standpoint, he knows that he can get to the source with relative ease, and that it is a way to free his people from their unending purgatory, right? Well, that's not true infinite. There's the hollows. The hollows do exist, but we don't know that the hollows can be forged from the 13th side, because we don't get a sense that there's really that many void sent in the source, or in the First. In the same way that the crack between 13th and source happens naturally.
She's no longer the cold, distant soul we met in the void. Or perhaps now, or perhaps until now, she just never had the chance to be who she truly is. Glad though I am that the plan worked, we are in no position to celebrate. The day is not yet won.
This radiance is just the beginning. We must see it cast into the deepest depths of the moon.
From Golbez's standpoint, he believes that the only thing he can do is save his people by offering them an end, by allowing them into the source. Like, the problem is that he's not being imaginative because he's also become narrow focused on the only thing he believes that he can do, that there will be no salvation ultimately other than death.
Rest assured that I will not let my emotions overwhelm me. When the moment comes, I will call to my sister, and we will wrest her free from Zeromus. The creator awaits. Woe betide any who bar our path.
I don't think that's true, Danny, because the void that's also on the Alag and the Maki, and the thing is, the voids can also naturally come in through planar fissures that are not a result of people summoning them. Void gates are a byproduct, and packs are, but it's not just the Maki.
The lunar subterranean now accessible.
Ready when you are, V. So it's like a bus station, kind of. We definitely can talk more about the lore about it after we go. We've just got a lot of good stuff going. I wonder how the other reflections are doing without Zodiark. Honestly, it probably shouldn't be that much different. It probably shouldn't be. They don't need the ethereal barrier anymore because we destroyed the Endsinger. For those who don't know, also, we got one too many people. The Lunar Subterrane is a reference to 4. It's the final dungeon that you go in before you fight Golbez and Zeromus in Final Fantasy IV. Since we saw the 13th from its moon, I want to see the first from its moon as well. Honestly, the first from its moon should look... well, no, I guess because of the flood of light, it'll look different, right? Yeah. No, I guess you would get to see, actually, the empty all around Norvrant. But to be fair, Norvrant is the same shape as Eorzea. And so the reflections are geographically, unless massively altered by something, the same topographically. Okay. They're AFK for a second. Well, we'll hit it. If they don't show up, we'll swap over to V. Thank you, V. Sweet. We're good to go. Good looking group of folks. Let's kick some ass. For those who don't know, this is the Baron theme. I fixed my portrait. This is the Baron theme from FF4. And even like the void, these enemies, the big green guy is an enemy from the Luna Subterranean 4. Okay, we're doing good damage. Decent enough. These teleporter waypoints are even in 4. They did a really good job replicating the Luber subterranean from 4 in 14. But also, it's kind of just the same thing over and over again. So I was also wondering, like, how are they gonna make it zesty or interesting? And how they decided to do it, I think is brilliant. Actually, has anybody done this with duty support? When you go in here with Y'shtola and everyone, do they get sucked into the Echo Vision too? Like, or do they say, like, you know, what happened to you then there? Yeah, they do? Huh. And the Dark Elf.
Who dares trespasses in Lord Golbez's domain? To me, O beacons of the dark. O darkness, show them their folly. Behold the power of darkness. Fools, there is no escape.
door to darkness. Shouldn't we have made the Dark Elf talk like Mickey Mouse? Abyssal outburst, ha!
Oh, we don't have anyone who has positionals, okay. Let's try to up DPS a little bit. Thank you. One down.
Find a discarded Memoria crystal, and suddenly it begins to glow. Your psyche resonates with the Memoria crystal.
Hurry, Golbez! The city is already overrun!
Laffy, please don't run ahead. Please stay behind in case we want to look at stuff. Yeah, it's like literally even the goblins from when you start.
Ah, run for your lives!
First the villages and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from it. I think not.
Thank the heavens you've returned.
So in FF4, these goblins are some of the first enemies you can fight around the castle. Baron is the starting city, by the way.
Will not fall here.
Go forth, my pets, and feast on their flesh. Bested by Golbez and Durante both. It seems I underestimated.
Cowards.
They did a really beautiful job reproducing all this.
King and country. Enough. This one is
Demastian
dangerous.
Antlion.
Have care, Golbez.
This is also one of the early bosses from right around when you're gonna get Edward. Remember, always be casting. If you're a tank, you always have your ranged attack.
They command such terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only I had returned sooner. I think not.
I'm sad that they didn't make the, like, captain, like, a mini-boss with his arms and all that stuff. That would have been really cool.
What have we here? Come to play the hero, are you?
Such will be strength if we split up.
Behold the true power of Memoria.
Everyone's using AoEs, right? For groups? Yeah, no, because they're all going down at equal time, so that must be it. What we're doing it there. Weird.
How could I?
Golbez! This can't be happening. Not to you. My friend. My hero. I will stop you even should it cost me my life.
Getting more of that heartbreak with Durante, I think, is good. It's helpful. Cool. Memorials, Durante. He said, good to glad to have you. Final Fantasy 4. Let's get that battle.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength.
Magic trade wide.
Ether to fortify my blade.
I think this might be the second or third time I've ever done this fight. Because like I did it for patch, and then I was not doing extra real the past couple months.
Or dark, it matters not.
Oh, I was so spun on that.
Such savagery ill suits you.
First round goes off, then second round goes off. Standing safe, then step into danger.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now. Not this day. Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
I saw this last time. Ooh. Yeah, that's really just cones.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Ooh, and added an extra level to it. Ah, it's the same as before. Limit break at will. Ray or Colby. Standing safe, move into danger.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day. yourself.
And it's over. Good job, guys. Awesome job. Oh, you guys want to get a photo? Sure, we can get a photo quick. We want to do a lineup in a row, yeah. Cool. Sweet. Got it. Good job, guys. On to the next part. Fish Six, good to see you. Glad to have you. Thank you, V.
Why? Why you and not me? You were the best of us. A paragon of virtue. I could never hope to be your equal. I am only the knight I am because of you. Because you believed in me. You would not wish to become a monster, preying upon those who fought to protect. But neither can I bring myself to kill you. So rest easy, my friend, and entrust your legacy to me. You will never die. This I swear. Through me your name shall live on, as the hero who saves the world.
We've been released from the memory, 'twould seem.
If Golbez was the one sealed in this memoria, then the one we've been fighting is...
no more than an imposter playing at hero.
Durante, I presume.
A name long since lost to time. History shall remember only Golbez. Come what may, I shall deliver the world its salvation, and I will not suffer you to interfere.
You seek to free all souls from the purgatory of undeath. And to that end, you would invade another world. While I cannot condone your methods, I understand your motive full well.
There's the thesis.
For I'm driven by the same. I too wish to save our world. I too once thought I had to bear the burden by myself. That I had no choice but to walk my path alone. But I was wrong. We may yet strive together towards our shared goal. If you would reconsider your course.
If you possessed power which transcended that of Zeromus, then perhaps I would. But you do not. No, you are but another Voidsent like me. And what is a candle before the sun?
Perhaps we aren't all-powerful, and cannot effect great change in an instant. Even so.
Great change is what we need. Aught less has no meaning.
For it is always paradisical.
Having glimpsed our past, you should understand as well as any. As Golbez, I dedicated myself to ending the Contra Memoria. I fought the corrupted Memoriates and attempted to redeem those twisted by their power. Yet try as I might, I was powerless to make any meaningful change. 'Twas then, when I was floundering in despair, that she appeared. The Asian Igaom. Claiming to know how to excise the source of our woes, she showed me to the moon, where the servant of light abided. 'Twas he and his ilk who had granted men unnatural powers, she said, and now prolonged the war.
The more power, the more it comes from.
Believing her every
Hydaelyn.
word, I struck him down and caused darkness to engulf the world.
What? Then it was you who...
As Emmett Selk once told us, the 13th was the Ascians' first attempt at a rejoining, before they fully understood the mechanisms at play. They failed because they sought only to awaken the sundered Zodiac without instigating a calamity in the source. The darkness they unleashed had nowhere else to go.
Having left a ruin of our world, the Ascian fled. I was a fool to trust them, to trust in others. Since that day, I have sought the means to undo my mistake. The world may be beyond saving, but I would at least restore the Great Flow. The dragon was an extraordinary windfall, a veritable font of ether that expedited my endeavors time and again. But it wasn't enough to achieve my objective. Far from it.
Aegiorm, whom you know.
For an eternity, I had to bide my time.
We've known that since AR.
But the day finally came when I acquired the power I sought. The remnants of the Ascians' god sealed within the moon suddenly dispersed into ether. With that ether, Zeromus could be conceived, and driven by the dragon's longing for home, it shall soon arise to destroy the barrier between worlds. Thus will the way open to the promised land, and the death we have been too long denied. Thus will I, Golbez, bring salvation to all.
Lost the plot a little bit, my friend.
So that is all you have left.
Say what you will. You cannot stop Zeromus' awakening. We're going after him, aren't we?
Aye. That's why we came, after all. And besides... when someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them. In others and yourself. Euless was right about that.
He speaks of the elevation, of fulfilling an unearned legacy, yet he does not scruple to discard others for his ambitions. To yearn to save the world, only to bring about its unmaking. It's a tragic tale, but it changes nothing. We rarely believe ourselves the villains, but if our ends demand unconscionable sacrifice, what else can we be?
That in fact, I mean, honestly, that goes exactly into the conversation we had yesterday, right?
Let us press on. In the darkest recesses of the moon awaits Golbez and Zeromus. They resolve to save their world and condemn yours.
Okay, guys, we ready to go into the final confrontation? Oh man, you guys got it. Oh, man, you guys been talking a whole bunch. Also, if anyone has any questions, don't feel free to throw them in there. No, I don't think it's a piece of Eorzean in Golbez's helm. I think it's just supposed to be a design. I mean, it could be, but I don't think it is. Yeah. Let's kick it.
I had hoped to bear witness to the moment our salvation is realized. But nothing must be left to chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost.
Oh, lightning! Oh, cool. That's one of his attacks in the 4. Just dropping comments on him.
Wounded as I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms. And so I lured you to this place, where the advantage is mine.
Insert somehow Palpatine returned meme.
The Archfiends live?
Impossible. Scarmelione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria, while Cagnezzo and Rubicante died in the Source.
You're not wrong. They are not the true Archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
If they are shades, then their strength will pale in comparison. Even should they fight as one, we may yet prevail.
In FF4, you fought them in the same order we fight them in this game, and then you fight them all at once, as a 4. So I think that's what this is targeting too.
Go and put an end to Zeromus.
You'll do no such thing.
Go! We'll join you as soon as we can.
Straight into the portal. No hesitation.
It is too late. Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
I wouldn't be so sure. Time and again, he has faced insurmountable odds.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed, he's never given up the fight. So long as he has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
For we believe in him, and he believes in us. And together, our light can pierce blackest darkness.
Honestly, it means the most coming from her than from anybody else. For her to be at that point, it's a lot. They're just going full shonen at this time. Friendship and fucking energy. Oh, yeah, the Four Fiend Shade thing sounded like Trailer Bay was a little underwhelmed. Yeah, I was a little underwhelmed too, you know. It's fun enough, but yeah, a little.
What is this darkness? Cold and all-consuming. Where am I? I must return to my world, to home, where my kin await.
Cool. I wish they had made that like dragon beak thing a part of the design so it just...
Yes, I must return. I return, and none shall stand in my way. I will not let you destroy the barrier between our worlds. Be gone from my sight! Champions from across the rift, heed my call.
The Abyssal Fracture, now accessible. Okay, everyone raise your hand in chat who thinks this fucking slaps. Raise them now. I want all the hands who think this. Okay, guys, one last trial, one last fight to end off, and Endwalker. Let's do it. Insatiable Vessel, Zeromus.
Stand aside, I beseech you. I wish but to return home. Your flesh shall melt and seethe.
Fane, please don't poke off me.
Begone, contemptible light. All are as one in the darkness.
Oh, that was bullshit.
O stifled darkness and moon abiding. Coalesce and consume creation. My darkness shall devour all light. Your souls are mine.
Did lose anyone? Oh, lost Ray Ray. If your tether is still red, you die. Make sure to get as far away until it goes gold.
In darkness be steeped.
Stay close to healers to make sure you can get full health. Oh boy.
Your will, my will, shall not be denied. By my power shall all know salvation.
Watch out for the cracks in the dimensional barriers.
Return to me, my beloved star. Behold the veil my home doth lie. All who oppose me shall be consigned to nothingness. To the last you would deny my heart's desire.
Good job, guys. Cleared. Okay, if you guys want to take a photo. Why is... Cafe, can I get you a little closer to Umino? And then Laffy, can I get you behind V? Kind of like how Ray Ray is. No worries, Issa, see you later. Gotta cook dinner. No worries. Oh, did we miss an Issa for the photo? Oh, well. Cool. Okay, guys. You can feel free to take more photos while we go, but awesome sauce. Let's end the story. No Ray Ray's hidden? I got a couple photos, so it should be good. Well, okay. Well, wait. Ray Ray, do you want me? Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
I shall not perish. So long as they await in my return, I shall endure.
Round 2. Fight. Yeah! Sitting to the rescue.
Are you all right?
Quick, passage of arms! Or Golbez passage of arms.
Like all void sent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in memoria is the only way.
Oh, Echo Vision. Ah, the memory of what happened.
That it should come to this. I failed my dear friend. Fell for the Ascian's ploy and unleashed the darkness. And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all? No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
There is no triumph to be found in this madness. Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail? I'm no better. Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
Light? But how?
This is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me. A light that illuminates the way in darkest despair. Be it in a ruined city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light, it was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
You think we are capable of the same?
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as Void Sent, we've forgotten how to trust. But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try. You asked me to join hands with you once, and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake, but I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
There has to be the opportunity to be better, or nothing's ever going to change. People will always make mistakes. There has to be some route to salvation or to betterment. Kiko, was that your first clear? Good job. Congrats. Amu, good to have you.
Of course. You were the Memoriat we met all those years ago. Yes, I remember now. We hoped you would join us in our quest to end the Contra Memoria. But you rejected us outright. It left both of us discouraged. Golbez most of all. If we could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything. Even in the midst of that terrible war, he never stopped believing in others. Not even at the end.
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
Do they say he or she? Does anyone test? Do they say she did if...
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved. If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then...
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
You truly believe the world of old can be ours again?
I do. So long as we work together.
Inelegant but important motions to be conveyed and explained.
will disperse Zeromus' essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Hydaelyn.
Understood.
Oh no! Scythe broke.
Zero!
That's a whole heap and helping of darkness.
The suffocating darkness, like that of the rift. Impenetrable, disorienting, untethered, and drifting further away.
Be strong, Zero. Don't give up. Hold fast to yourself. Look to the light within.
Your place isn't alone in the dark, Zero. Not anymore.
You can do it, Zero. We believe in you.
Of course. With this power from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save everyone.
She's Cecil! Woo!
Golbez, if you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
For those who don't know, the story of Final Fantasy IV, the protagonist is a dark knight halfway through and shrouded in darkness and distrust and struggling with humanity. And halfway through, you turn into a paladin when you're blessed by light and are able to let go of all that pain in your past. So her arc is the same arc.
Hydaelyn! Hear my voice and return to me!
That'd be cool, right? Also, very good to have you.
O Vritra, there thou art.
One of you guys said you thought it sounded like Lena.
I am coming, brother. I am coming.
I hear it now.
Have care. Zeromus makes to resurrect.
Not if I have anything to say about it. fiend!
You're safe now, Hydaelyn. You're safe.
You can't play me like that with Dynamis.
To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel. We, dragons, bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form. Of course, this means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Hydaelyn to the surface in my stead.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Thank you. At long last, we shall be together again.
Where are you going?
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I am the villain who wrought this tragedy, and in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins. My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning. It's up to you what we become to one another.
That's how trust works. Sometimes you have to be the first one to offer it.
What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together. And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause. So let's take the first step. The two of us.
I think emotionally this part works for me a lot better the second time through because of how much they really focused on that in her arc. Ooh, emotions. Formby, good to see, glad to have you. Kill all, good to see, glad to have you. The real journey was seeing Elio's hair change along the way. 4MB on a, well, people have forgive for it. Some people have. The thing is, like, we do. The thing is that, for instance, it's not, Vritra may never forgive Golbez, right? But will he forgive enough that he can offer her, that he can let him work with Zero, and can Zero offer him a chance? It's not just about forgiveness alone, right? But it's about the ability to being allowed to make amends. And I think Fordola is actually a great example. I think the answer is yes. I think Fordola was allowed to work with the Ilsibardian contingent. Fordola was allowed to join and be in a position of trust. And there are many of Alamegans who there are some Alamegans who will never quite forgive her, but also because Alamegans can be kind of stubborn-headed. But they can also even appreciate her attempt to change. And I would also say, if you haven't done the role quest, the healer role quest, I would say the answer is yes. I would say if you look at 4.x up through 5.x, the answer is yeah. Yeah. Verdola's one of my favorite characters as well. Same. Remember when Elio had facial hair? What? Me? Oh, yes. When I had facial hair, when I got, yeah. Also, to an earlier point, it may be that Golbez is gendered male, but remember that Ardbert is not changed based on whether, you can be female and Arbert's still male, right? And Arbert, you can be any race and Arbert's still Arbert. So it's not, just because someone has the same sundered soul as you does not mean immediately you must look the same. Yeah. Oh, you may have missed it, but I did find the cutscene with female warrior of light. Golbez is still referred to as he. Thank you, perfecting. Thank you so much, Keelhall. Thank you for looking into that. Fly, good to see, glad to have you. Shadowbringer Killer Quest was so sad. The Shadowbringer's Killer Quest, yeah, I was talking about Endwalker, but Shadowbringers too. Roll Quest was great about this, yeah. Same with Gaius, they became allies, not friends. We don't forgive them per se. And what forgiveness is relative, and it's up to each individual to forgive as much as they can, as much as they choose to. But there's a difference between whether or not everyone will forgive Golbez versus whether or not Zero will trust him enough to like allow him a chance at redemption and to make amends, right? I think those things can be different things. I think you can be still wary or never forgive. Some people, you know, I tend to be more maybe overly forgiving, but some people can't maybe truly forgive certain things. But if you can still let people try to be better, to make amends, to do more, you know, that's the only way to a better future. Yeah, Mitron was originally female, right, and sundered into a male. We don't know for sure. We know that in this most recent short story, Mitron is referred to as a female. The Mitron body that Mitron inhabits during when there were raised the convocation was it's not so much sundered into the male, but their sundered soul was born into a male, which I'm sure is basically what you're saying. But just to clear, it wasn't they were sundered and their body was sundered and that body made 14 bodies and one of them was male. It's that their soul was sundered, it went to the ethereal sea and it went to a new body, and that new body seems to not have been the same gender, the same sex or gender as their original form. We're not, yeah, I don't think sundering implies that gender stays the same in any way. Yeah, the only example of that being emphatically true is Eric Thonios with his appearance and all that, but that could be for any number of reasons.
Yo, look at baby Jaya. Look at her, she's very cute.
Never again shall we be parted, sister. Never again. That as Jaya lives is a miracle made possible by the unique nature of the void. Ah yes, the Aether Transmitter. I shall leave with Zero. They will be of more use in the 13th than in the source.
So the thing is, with the process of how the Aether transmitters work, maybe now they can just start to honestly swap darkness and light between the two based off of the thing. I don't quite understand. I understand that they charge the tower with light and that somehow they're transporting it to the void, but the diagram they showed seems like they're transporting it directly into the 13th, and I'm not. But that doesn't make sense because also they're setting it up. They set them up on Mario Lamentorum, which clearly indicates that it is going through the source as well. So that must have, the diagram must have just been an overgeneralization. Yeah, I don't know. The transmitters are definitely a little hand wavy. It's not a huge problem. Because again, the fundamental metaphysics of them working isn't really off base, so it's more just the logistics that's off or weird.
I've already seen Varshan safely to Vritra. Many would be heartbroken if their little brother failed to return home.
But yeah, again, her being, I remember especially when I first did 6.5, but her being a paladin and basically being Cecil, or Cecil, technically officially, it works so well because their stories are very similar. Yeah. And someone asked how that worked. So she absorbed light on the first, and it was able to be channeled within her and stored within her and be able to be a part of her so that she could actually use it. Basically, she took that light that she then had access to and actually channeled it into herself to create this armor and give herself power. Basically, a power of light. Yeah. How do dragons even work? Are they just balls of aether? Well, what do you mean, are they just balls of aether? I mean, to an extent, we're all balls of aether. Their eyes house their souls and their aether. Like, the eyes are basically the vast majority of a dragon's power. Yeah. The thing is saying, but fantasy logic, but 14 usually does a really good job with its metaphysics, like an incredibly good job for the most part. So the thing is that it doesn't usually try to hand wave very much, so it is worth treating it respectively and not just hand waving away if there's something understandable. If there's stored the balls. Thank you all. Dragons are technically born in eggs, but this world is weird. Well, no, dragons are born in eggs, but I'm not. What do you mean that this world is weird? Because dragons are still born in eggs in this world as well. Picture the timeline when our Blade of Light became Bravuro, but with armor and weapon. Yeah. Also, dragon being effectively aliens, they're the closest there are to unsundered beings on the source. Yeah, other than the unsundered who are now gone. Yeah, you're not entirely. No, that's not a wrong way to think about it. The thing is, the more ancient a dragon is, the more powerful it gets, but also remember that the only dragons on the source that in theory would have souls that are not, that don't come from the source are the First Brood and Midgard Summer, which is why the First Brood and Midgard Summer are stronger than the rest of the dragons, probably. That dragons are real? Wait, dragons are... What, did I say something crazy? 13th is weird is what I mean, so we could make them a body here for their soul. No, so that's not just the 13th. The reason that they could make a body here from the soul is because of Vritra using his eye in specific in sacrifice, because usually they create the eggs using their eyes and aether to create the eggs that then hatch. And dragons don't procreate. Dragons don't have sex and they're asexual. So they use aether to create those eggs. He used the aether of his eye to create her a full baby form from the get-go. So in theory, even if we had been on the source, as long as her soul hadn't immediately returned to the live stream, he still could have been able to do that. Yeah. You said dragons are born from eggs in this world as well. Well, dragons are born from eggs in any world. This is a very unique circumstance. Children of unsundered on a sundered star become sundered children. No, so children of yes, because you don't get your soul from your father. You get your soul from the life stream. So your souls come from the ethereal sea. Like the dragons on this star aren't getting their souls from the dragon star. Dragons don't have sex? Oh dear, poor Magni would never find his Naman. So if you're born on Atheris and your soul comes from Atheris, you're gonna have a sundered soul. Aren't there dragons flying overhead in the Baron dungeon? I'd have to relook. I doubt that there are. They're not dragons. They're probably zoos or like one of the other enemies, because dragons never ended up on any of the other reflections. Remember, all dragons descend from Midgard Summer on the reflections, and the only star that Midgard Summer ever ended up on was the source. Yeah, let's finish this up though.
Never did I imagine that the light I bore, could bring about such a change. As our domains are shaped by our innermost desires, perhaps this is a reflection of the hope that had quickened in my heart. You came to the 13th to rescue Hydaelyn and protect your world. Our meeting was happenstance, and our association one of mutual convenience. Yet you and yours always treated me with kindness, as a friend. And through your friendship, I found a new beginning. I'm forever in your debt.
Do horses exist? In some places.
It should come as no surprise that Golbez is a means to travel between the moon and the star, of which we may avail ourselves shortly. That Hydaelyn lives is a miracle made possible by the unique nature of the void.
So what she means by that is not that the fact that she's turned into has a physical form. It's that her soul. It's the unique nature of the void is more to do with the fact that when Zeromus dies, the soul doesn't immediately go to the life stream. Does rejoining mean that the new kids aren't that much stronger? No. So rejoinings are not a linear power grade increase. One, because your body, your physical body, is as much a part of your strength as your soul. Your increased soul density does provide certain benefits, but it's here's, for example, Y'shtola is not stronger than Ardbert, right? Despite the fact that she's she's 8/14ths rejoined, right? And Ardbert wouldn't be even one. I don't remember ever seeing a cannon horse. The steppe. There's multiple horses in the steppe. As chocobos are used as beasts of burden for the main part in Eorzea, but in Othard, horses are used instead of chocobos. Oh, this music. Ah, it's so cute.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you. What of him, Golbez?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Hydaelyn, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
Reacher's more forgiving than most.
So, what will you do now?
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Be sure to share with Golbez what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes. Ah, speaking of which...
Oh, right.
From ocean rise and cloud bank form, From mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Come forth, my servant. I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before. Are we clear? Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before. This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
Already we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you. When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan. The first and on the moon. A lengthy list. A gift for Reen, in return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus. If used to augment darkness in the first, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
Oh, the 13th is in good hands.
Come what may, we will see it restored. And should we need a helping hand, I hope we can count on you once more.
Night, Ray Ray. Oh, that's very merry looking armor. Sorry, I missed that earlier, Ray Ray. See, those handshakes mean more now that I know it. Remember, it's a callback to Euless and all of that.
Sad though it is to say farewell, 'tis past time we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
Oh, that's really cute.
Till we meet again. No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
So 1/13 of Zodiac Soul. In reference to what, Danny? Oh, don't forget to check everything before leaving for maintenance. Yes. Retain your timer's character location. Yeah, all good. Oh, you don't have a third option? Oh, was there a third option? It may be because I haven't done every single bit and bob of, on Elio. I haven't done all the role quests.
A pity there was no need to employ our combat supporters. Still, everyone is safe and all that. That's all that matters.
Eorzean and the Lobrits are to be commended for ensuring the seal held fast.
Dude, was there like a Nuclear High like comment or thing that you can do? I feel like I remember that one the first time I did it on Lend. Also, I would have paid money to see like the Lobrits' perspective of like tears opening up.
To think this all began with a simple treasure hunt. Gods, I could sleep for a week.
Hey, look, our Eorzea.
We have awaited your return with bated breath, as should be apparent. Not of note occurred in your absence.
I feel like I've been going at the same speed as this Lalafell. I feel like I've seen them past couple days. There's an option to tell about Nuclear High. Yeah. I remember doing that on Lend.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Though through it we could observe you locked in furious battle with Zeromus. By the time it closed up, we had seen your victory. Well done, by the way. But we still couldn't breathe easy until we knew for certain that you were safe and sound. And here you are, thank heavens. Dare I hope Hydaelyn is safe too, and Zero?
In a word, yes. Though we could not return Hydaelyn to her original form, Reacher granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. Her circumstances are unique, but it nevertheless gives me hope there may be a way to save other Voidsent. As for Zero, she has chosen to remain in her world, and do what she can to restore it.
Ah, so the light of hope shines again amidst the darkness. Perhaps our research into environments capable of supporting life would be of use in the 13th. Oh, now there's a thought. The day may come when people of the Source and the 13th work hand in hand. In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology. But don't let us detain you with our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see that the gate is closed and the seal deactivated. So go home and get some rest. That includes you, Eorzean.
As thou dost command, pray convey our gratitude to the Watcher for his timely assistance. It would seem Vritra is preparing to depart. Come, let us descend to the Tower of Babel. Upon arriving in Garlemald, it would be meet to inform Ulyss of our mission's outcome. Let us seek him out at Tertian.
I don't think it's the new exploratory zone, no, because the new exploratory zone is cosmic exploration. I think that's totally I mean, they may use some of the Lopper technology for sure. I mean, Lopper technology, yeah, is definitely going to be a part of that. But no, that's not foreshadowing, I think, for cosmic exploration. Because they already have habitation technologies, to be fair. So maybe I'm wrong, but as far as I know, they already have habitation technologies for stuff like that. I mean, just look at things like Excitotron, Smileton, and what they've already done with Mare. Yeah, Cosmic was Crafter, yeah. Seeing people who do quests alongside you is always fun, 100%. Tears opening up and Lopper's bringing giant signs. Go, Elio, go! Yeah, that'd be really good. Yeah, there's Cilia and Nuclear High mentioned, yeah. I have a lot of stuff to do on Elio that's side stuff. That I've been holding back from doing because I wasn't sure if I was going to stream it. I wasn't sure like what the plan was, and also I haven't been able to do a lot of patch stuff on Elio because I hadn't done 6.1 through 6.5. Now I finally have them done. But now I'm going to go 100% everything on Elio. I may not stream it all. I may just do that in my private time at this point. Going forward into Dawn Trail, we'll have everything for the future. Helps that both Yoshida and Sakaguchi absolutely adore Lalafell and demand that things are adapted for them. Yeah, definitely, that's true.
Ah, 'tis you. What news of the mission to the Void? The fact you've come all this way can only mean that there have been developments. I'm all ears.
Crepe, I promise soon. I promise very soon.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right?
Yes, but Zero is now in the void permanently. It's good. It's all for the best. Here, let me fully explain.
So you were able to rescue Hydaelyn. Thank the 12.
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book. You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Don't worry. Zero took your words to heart, more than you can imagine.
Really? I don't remember saying anything profound. Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us. But some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement, that Garleans might take the lead. I can see the sense in that.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on everyone's behalf. You've done so much for us already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask. You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
Foreshadowing for Dawn Trail. Also, what they're about to say next is also foreshadowing.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while. Maybe visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alice.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
If it's settled, then let's return to Charlian and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans? We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Then it seems we are all bound for Charlian. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the rostra and have her notify Father.
Also, there's a really interesting quote. I just realized something very interesting about Alice's quote there. Nations with very little history with Garlemald, which implies that that there probably is not a legion of any kind in Tural, which it seemed to have been the case from everything we've got from FanFest and stuff so far. So yeah, I don't think we'll see any lost legion there unless they like defected and like hid that they were a legion. D-Station, good to glad to have you. Time for Garlemald to find its own trail. Well, the Scions have at least asked Wuklamad about that, yeah. Do you think we'll get the TLDR on the final days in Tural and other places we haven't visited? The thing is we might get some of that. The problem is that we don't even know how much of the final days have visited any of Tural at all, because we know it started in the bounty mainly, and we know it propagated outwards. But for instance, Charlian was never experienced blasphemies, right? So while Tural might have seen the sky, we don't even know if a blasphemy or anything like that appeared. So it's yes, but also maybe no, and maybe it's only very much in passing, if so. Also, if any of you guys want to, I know we're going to be wrapping up the 6.5. I would love to talk to you guys about your opinions about 6.5 and all that when we get done with it.
Father has many demands on his time, but I should hope he can spare us a moment. Having been away for so long, it might be nice to stay a while, if only to set Father and Mother's minds at ease. I cannot be overstated how invaluable Lord Fortunel's cooperation was. We must thank him profusely. Without further ado, let us attend to business.
I've lost count of how many times I've come here, but it's apparently enough that the immigration officials no longer interrogate me. Small blessings, eh?
Man, I love the little bits you sometimes get there.
Wait, aren't you the Scions of the 7th Dawn? Or were, rather. I understand you disbanded.
Well, we did, but, you know, adventure calls. Can we get an audience with Fortunel?
An audience with Lord Fortunel? You're in luck. The forum is just this moment adjourned, and he is still inside with the Scholarch. Please, wait here while I inform him of your presence.
Apologies to have kept you. I trust you won't object if Scholarch Monteshane also attends. My incorrigible children, were you not assisting Garlemald's reconstruction?
Our hosts were most insistent that we take a rest, so here we are. But more importantly, Elio has news that he would share with you.
Yeah, there's a bit to tell you, but let me go over it all. This may take a second. So the threat is past. These are glad tidings indeed.
Harnessing light from the first, technological triumph that could have ended in catastrophic failure. But let us not dwell on hypotheticals. Like the Aether from the Isle of Hom, You employed the light for peaceful, albeit unanticipated purposes. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I'm inclined to agree in this instance.
It has been established that the world-ending crises and the reflections are connected to calamities in the source. As such, the strides you made in understanding the nature of and affecting a change in a reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum will be eager to review your accounts thoroughly. Every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge. Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Y'shtola, on the subjects of the Void and cross-earth travel both?
It would be my pleasure. If we'll share these tidings with those who aided you, Koko Dankol, not least of all. Now, if you'll excuse me, we must be on our way. Should be glad to speak with you both later.
Alfino. Not even a question, Ian. Alfino. Like, of the Scions, Alfino, just, like, not just straight up. Not even a contest, Alfino. Estinian? Hell no. Urianger, I don't think it doesn't suit him particularly well. Y'shtola is too much Matoya in her. Ali say she wants to be out and in the world too much. Thancred, it's not his jam. Alfino. Alfino is born and bred, and all of his skills are suited to it.
I look forward to telling my father of our efforts in Garlemald. He will have sage counsel to offer, I'm sure. You're of course welcome at our home. Mother, for one, would be thrilled to have you. But I won't twist your arm if you have other matters to attend to.
If I didn't know better, I'd say father, dearest, is warming to us. I've no interest in sipping tea at the family estate again, though. Drinks at the tavern, on the other hand. Although Master Louisoix hath left us, he liveth on in his teachings. 'Tis gratifying to see that Master Fortunal, too, hath come to acknowledge the wisdom in them.
Like grandfather, like father, like son. Well, to be fair, we don't know that was... As far as I know, there's no confirmation that Louisoix was ever on the forum? Because we don't know if he even knew about the final days. I feel like I've had that question before and I've never gotten a satisfactory answer. If anyone has any textual evidence to suggest otherwise, feel free to share it.
With that, our obligations here are concluded. Oh, Nidana, what news from Thavnair? They've returned then. Wonderful. Rest assured all is well with us too. Is that so? We would be honored, of course. I shall relay this to the others. A great feast will be held in Razat Han to celebrate Ashdaya's homecoming. We've all been invited. I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. We have only just returned home. To leave again so soon would be inconsiderate to our parents.
Arguing with him in Sharlayan or in the forums is not being a part of the forum, though, necessarily. He definitely was a peer to Matoya, though.
With regret, I too must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requireth that I remain in Sharlayan for a time. Let not our absence deter you, however. Pray, enjoy yourself to the fullest.
I've no plans in particular, so you can count me in. May as well visit the Radiant Host while I'm there.
How about you, Elio?
I'd love to, but I have a delivery to the First to make.
Ah, of course, the Memoria Crystal. It would be remiss of us not to deliver promptly to our friends. Also, if they transfer light and dark between worlds, they will need command over the Crystal Tower. In which case, I shall give you my spirit vessel to take again. When you arrive in Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round up everyone for you. Once you have seen matters there, come and join us at the Megaduta. Give everyone our regards, you hear?
Inclined to think he wasn't part of the Forum. Circle knowing being involved in foreign affairs seems very not in line with the Forum's original goal. Yes, but you can also imagine that his point would be that if there's no world to save because Bahamut destroys it, what the fuck is the point? What are we even doing in the first place? I agree with you, and I agree with the logic, but I do think there's a counterpoint, an easy counterpoint to it. And also, Denny's, which is what I was supposed to say next, which is, if he did know, he's almost certainly had that memory repressed by the spell that Charlene's cast on themselves, which I think is that the Blood Pact and the Radiant Dawn, a convenient contract, which I think is like that Blood Pact and the Radiant Dawn. Oh, I was thinking of the Radiant Host. I don't know, yeah. Didn't Hydaelyn tell him? No. He doesn't have the Echo. Hydaelyn, He had no contact with Hydaelyn that we know of. That I know of, at the very least. I feel like I know pretty much everything of it about that.
Welcome back, sir. Mistress Reem is still in the Ocular. We'll be joining her.
Oh, Ray left before her scene! Oh no!
Very good. If you would care to head inside, I shall send Captain Lena and Becklug at once.
Yeah, how will they rope Eden into it?
Ah, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past. Hearing the tidings lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home. And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within.
Zero thought you might be able to put it to
Using darkness
use in
from
the
the
empty.
void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done.
Well, well. Though night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety.
If the mechanism works, it works. That was always the problem. They just have to be able to swap it, because you can't just put it one way or the other alone.
Do you still have that spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy.
Smart. Make the crystal tower purple flavored. Yum.
Thank you. While I make no promises at this stage, I shall rigorously explore the possibility.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
There you are.
Hey!
I waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
I can't believe they fucking did it.
Gaia!
I was so hyped when I first did it.
Oh. Do I know you?
You promised we go for coffee biscuits? Remember?
I never agreed to anything of the sort. Besides, coffee biscuits are old news. I'd rather try something else.
What?
They said it. The meme's
I thought
dead.
you liked them too. Well, no matter. The second serving has something for every taste. So let's just go.
Enough about that. What were you talking about?
I'm not sure anything about that is Japanese and specific, MB.
Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea. Of course, if you're dealing with darkness, Reen alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
To answer people's question, they might make Eden mandatory. I don't know at this point. I don't know how they're gonna choose to handle it. The thing is, I think what they're hoping is that by making the ultimate and stuff, by like making people interested enough in the character because the ultimate and making enough people play it naturally anyways, that they won't have to, but I think they probably, if they need to tie it to the story, they'll do it. Same way that they eventually did for Crystal Tower, because boy, for those of you who don't know who weren't playing at the time, 5.0 did not require you to play Crystal Tower. You could do Crystal X Arc and that whole story without ever having done the Crystal Tower. And then they got to 5.3 and they said, this is ridiculous, we have to require the Crystal Tower. Just make the raid mandatory, it's for my own good, yeah. Yeah. Is it the same actress? Yeah, it is the same actress. So Gaia had voice lines that were in the Eden raid themselves during the fights, like the Oracle of Darkness fight and the fight in E12 and I think in E8. And it's the same voice actress.
Come to speak with Reen, have you? Well, don't keep her too long. I was planning to take a trip to Ilmeg, but knowing how devious the Faefolk can be, I asked her to join me. I also wouldn't mind visiting Amarod someday. It's been on my mind of late, and it'd be interesting to see where those two lived in the time of the Ancients. Only once.
She's talking about Metron and Gaia. Metron and Logriff. Or Artemis and Gaia.
If Gaia had help, I wonder if we could take in darkness the same way Zero took in light.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. Could you do that to Sin Eaters, though? I have questions.
For so long I was loath to trust in others, fearful of my research being misused again. That I may serve noble ends comes as a relief. I shall spare no effort to restore balance between light and dark. It was a mighty struggle, but I had faith that you would be victorious in the end. And I doubt not that the people of Norvrant will cheer when they learn the Warrior of Darkness managed to save his home. I know you are a busy man, so don't let us keep you. Rest assured that we will continue the work we have begun.
They should. I think it's a very long question. It's not a very long question. I mean, you are talking about at least probably just fights alone are going to take you about an hour, plus dialogue. I mean, it took me, when I was doing it and did it in stream, so for those of you who don't know, you can go back. We've done all the content in the game thus far, for all the main MSQs and raids and alliance raids in these streams. It was, I think, like, maybe 6 plus 4, probably like 8 to 10 hours. Like, it's not a, look, if you want my personal opinion, I think making raids a required thing is probably a good thing. There are reasons, though, that you have to remember. If you are adding the MSQ requirements on top of the raid requirements for what is mandatory to play in this game to progress, you are asking people a lot of hours, a lot of time investment. Now, you can be like, well, if people are liking the game, they should want to, but doesn't change the fact. Yeah. Yukio, good to see what have you. Her Oracle of Darkness fight quotes were really cool. If only people knew how to actually do basic relativity. The only problem with that is should CT or Eden come with trust options? Now that it's possible. I mean, maybe. They said that Alliance raid could happen, but the amount of complications around it would be insane. The problem is the amount of work involved with giving trust for everything is a little bit tough. Also, I wonder how they do that system because, like, who's joining you? But I guess you could just do, like, 7, especially starting with Eden onwards, you could just do 7 people, random spirits summoned by a Zem. They can figure that out. Now imagine devs randomizing 23 different adventures for CT trusts, yeah, and trial series. Just recognize that would take a lot of dev energy and time, so they'd be doing that. You know, people already complained about them doing duty support for dungeons, which was incredibly helpful. But you know, some people already complain a lot about mandatory MSQ. Yeah, and I think they're wrong, but I think dismissing that frustration out of turn about the sheer amount of time involved with being, or for instance, if you are stressed out by raids, by like the level of difficulty of a normal raid, or Alliance raids are stressful because of the amount of people, which there are people that's true for. To dismiss that out of hand, I think, is inappropriate. Again, I think the lesser of the two evils, and I think the better benefit is to just make them mandatory. But question: why do you need to make Weeping City mandatory, right? Why make, like, what's the needed benefit of that compared to like Eden because of Gaia, the necessity thing. Omega because of Omicrons, it really is just the difference is night and day. You know. Alexander is deeply tied into Shadowbringers, you know, so where's the line on that? Yeah, maybe put a small introduction for Gaia and play Eden to find out more, text box or something. Yeah, decision. I mean, like, however they want to solve it. You know, to be fair, the game just mostly ignores coils. Like, frankly, we need a normal coils before anything else. But I do think, I am presenting the case for people who would be frustrated by that. But I think the better option is just to effectively make raids and Alliance raids part of the MSQ because of how deeply they are tied into the world. I think, except for Nier, I think as much as I personally love playing through Nier, you don't need to make Nier mandatory. You super don't need to make Nier mandatory. To be fair, the only Alliance raid you really need to make mandatory, I would argue, is probably Mist of the Realm. Or sorry, well, obviously Crystal Tower, but that already is. No, but I mean, Evilise you kind of do just because of how much Bosnia adds. I think making that mandatory would also be nice, but you know. How much do you really need to add the Void Arc? Oh, but the Void Arc actually was Skaha and being referenced here. Yeah, here's the problem. Oh, Nier Automata is one of my favorite games. We've also streamed that on the channel. Love the game. Some of the best video game music that's ever come out. That game makes me cry. Ending E makes me cry every goddamn time. But also, yeah. The amount can feel overwhelming even if you are 100% enjoying it because of the social pressure of not being in on current memes discussion content. Yeah. Duty support ate a lot of resources as far as I recall, but helped player base nonetheless. Yeah. I'm not saying it's not worth it. My point is never when pointing out that it takes dev time is not that it's not worth it. My point is that you should always recognize the realities of, like, by asking for one thing that necessitates fewer resources towards another. That is, like, it can still be worth it. It can still be like, yeah, okay, still. That's the way to go, but...
Master Forgeron, you honor us with your presence. Though I am but a humble servant, I offer you my heartfelt thanks for rescuing the Satrap's beloved sister. Without further ado, the great feast to celebrate this joyous occasion is about to begin. The venue is Mered's Mehane, and you are a guest of honor.
I definitely disagree with that as someone who has been broke many times throughout their lives, Brian, who could not afford the books. I'm glad I can now, though. There's a reason that most of the information, the 90% of the information in the books is in the game, too. Hey, it's the drunk guy from 6.1. I did buy the statue, though. Aw, the sister. That's a whole other discussion, though.
It cannot be. Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother.
Madonna
Save
fucking
your tears
savage.
now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes. And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
Truly? But will it be the little one?
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
The fucking fan base right here.
Bah. I don't care about such things. My little brother is little and adorable.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
Oh, and here's our food for 6.5, by the way. It is in every patch. None of it's as good as the boots.
Had enough of the revelry, have you? So, what's next for our hero? No need to decide just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for. You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right.
Like summer 2024.
Till then, it's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the first is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans?
Fucking Estinian Batman. We all know he leapt out that window.
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
To the other dragons, the return of his sister. Hopefully the dragons of Mare City heard that.
"'Twas a lively feast, was it not? And impressed upon me once again how dear Vritra is to his people. Well, as much as I should like to linger, 'tis past time I took my leave. If you mean to depart as well, I suggest you call on Vritra before setting out. And before I forget, thank you for everything we learned and for everything we accomplished. I couldn't be more grateful. Till next time, take care."
She is so cute. I want one. There's gonna be a mount of her minion of her at some point. By the way, sorry we killed your brother twice. Yeah. Started on the boat to the new world because he likes several steps ahead of us. You still don't lie. You're so stoked to have written have a written entry potential in the restricted section. Yeah. Sinian's already on the boat. Yeah, Sinian casual clothes instead of armor somehow looks more naked than when he actually was naked. Yeah, there's a lot of thematic rhyming, Emby. Just throughout. There's a lot of the themes of 14 are pretty consistent and repeat themselves over and over. But also, yeah, that idea of like what's next is kind of the heart of the ending of 6.0, as well as, you know, even now, even though we went on this void adventure, it's still kind of the same realm, right?
Reacher's friend, I thank thee. Azshaya regards you with keen interest. Elio, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. To be able to celebrate Azshaya's return with everyone was moving beyond words. I did. Lest you wonder, I've chosen to use this vessel for now, the better to escort my sister to Razatan. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do not anticipate having need of it in the immediate future.
We also know that dragons can exist for at least some period of time without having an eye, a la what happened to Nidhogg. If you remember, he lost both of his eye and then borrowed one of Hraesvelgur's.
Long have I dreamed of showing Azshaya my beautiful city, a glittering jewel born of unity. I shall relish every moment of it. Now then, I believe both Y'shtola and Estinian have embarked on their respective journeys, but have you and yourself business elsewhere? If not, you are welcome to remain here as long as you like. Should aught of import arise, we will inform you. But until such a day arrives, I bid you, take your ease.
And we're caught up! We're done it! Except for we have one cutscene left.
Meanwhile, in old Sharlayan. Wuklamat thigh, Wuklamat thigh, Wuklamat thigh.
Oh wait, first, cleaning up the desks.
Everything appears to be in order. Oh, finished at last.
Like, good to go have you.
So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks? Now then, let's have a look at you. Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully.
It's not exactly a red herring. I mean, the earring kind of is, but they may still tie it into Pictomancer because she's still wearing it. But this letter isn't.
Addressed to grandfather, and come all the way from Tuliolal. From a Gulu... someone.
Gulu Jaja, girl! Gulu Jaja!
Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something.
Kryle's been invited.
A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural. How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records.
I think the Golden City has anything to do with
something
Solution
else
9,
in here.
Not quite golden. But you, it's more to do with Doctoral. Green Mage confirmed!
What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder? Oh, did you go there, grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
Sure, yeah, we can talk about that in a bit.
Wuklamat thigh, Wuklamat thigh.
Well, I guess it's more like Wuklamat heal, Wuklamat heal.
Back again already, after making a show of leaving.
Wuklamat heal.
Well, this is it, Charlian. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes?
Wuklamatai! Wuklamatai!
Come, let's go and find your candidate. Our adventurer friend.
Let moonlight kiss this darkened shore, as seaward drifts our gaze once more.
And we're all caught up! Just in time for 2 days from now. 6.55 coming out this Tuesday. Woo! I'm gonna go to the tea tree so we can talk to real quick. I see some cat girls like immediately goes, look, Femro are my life, and like, have you seen the fucking? Okay, has everybody here seen the trailer for Femroth? Because if not, we're watching that. If there's anyone here who has not seen it, we can watch that. Also, if you want to come hang out with me over here while we talk real quick, there's an infinite. Also, please don't do any like sweeping emotes or any auditory emotes if you could. Okay. Oh, Infinite's. What's up, Infinite? Infinite's giving me some purified Coke. Why, thank you. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk about 6.5. Let's talk about 6.55. Let's talk about 7.0 real quick. I have to go before too long because my team's gonna do some raiding at some point. But I promised that I'd be a little late, and I can't be too late. Can I ask what your premier theory is on Section 9? Honestly, my premier theory on Section 9 is the fact that it has to do with lightning so vehemently. I think it was probably part of a civilization that was created before the third astral era, possibly as early as the first astral era and ties to the second umbral calamity. I think it was a solution to a problem. It's the ninth solution to a problem that either may be A, the Ascians, a problem that they were trying to solve for, or B, Hydaelyn was trying to solve for. I don't think it was probably Hydaelyn. I think that's very unlikely. But I think you think about the nation building and the way in which Emet-Selch and the Ascians have repeatedly used the rise and falls of nation to start and get their get the calamities going. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. I feel like that's too simple, though. To be frank, that's like that's my theory off the top of my head. Having like just my immediate gut feeling. Part of why I think that, though, to be fair, part of why I think that is if you look at the text in, and I noticed this day one, if you look at the text in Solution 9, all of it is proto, it is the Proto-Eorzean, the Proto-Allegan alphabet, which means it is the alphabet used by the Ancients before the Sundering. The only other place you see it is by the Loporrits, which means that whoever created Solution 9, whoever was responsible for its culture and creation of its language was an ancient of some kind, had knowledge of the ancients, which basically leaves you with the Ascians or Hydaelyn. Those are really your only options. So they have to be deeply connected into its creation. Yeah. Growl's been invited to Super Smash Bros. Yeah, or maybe it's actually Misdirection, the new Geomancer, 6 months, Solution 9. Tell me your secrets, bunny boy! It's like doubly misleading since the 3-leaf closer, so you could think Luck Bay, of course, there. I made that short like a day before, you know, Pictomancer was announced because I wanted to have fun. I'm like, well, here's my theory as to, I wasn't like, oh, it's definitely Green Mage. I was just like, I mean, if you look at the evidence, it's like the evidence that exists as we understand it so far, Green Mage, all the evidence tied into Terral and Green Mage and stuff and Kryl all made sense. It clearly wasn't that, but that's the thing is like if you take all the evidence that you have before they release new information in 14, you're usually wrong. You know, but like they knew that how they were fucking with us because they knew the Clover, they knew using the turtles, Ninja Turtles, you know. Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. It's only 6:50 here. Rating at this hour, it's not even 7 p.m. yet. What's another out of context entry? So get rid of male hunches. I have that. And I lack a hunch. Well, game is offline soon. What time is the game offline? Oh, wait. The game goes offline tonight? I thought it went offline at midnight. I thought it was hours from now. The cosplayers at Tokyo Fan Fest during doing the legs was excellent. Yeah, that was really funny. If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/or Eorzean Archives. We do all sorts of content together all the time. We do Blue Mage, EXs, maps, Bosnia, Zadnor, Eureka, and we play 14. It's all around good time if you want to have people to play with. We also have an FC if you want to join us over on Crystal Curl. We are on Crystal Curl, and you're welcome to anyone. We have 99 stacks of every die in the game prepared for Dawn Trail. Let's go. Speak for yourself. I'm going to be raiding in 12 minutes. I'm very hyped for Hildebrand and caught in the end. Walker Hildy just yeah. Asura and Hildebrand are looking very, very excited. What are people most excited for 6.55? Might also be that people at that time used the alphabet. No, so MB, no. That alphabet only comes from the Unsundered World. That alphabet is the Unsundered World's alphabet. It does not exist without the intervention of ancients. Like, that alphabet was reintroduced to the world via ancients introducing it into societies. Like, they also even talk about it in EE3, like here. If we open the page real quick. Umino, are you saying that the trailer didn't give us all the information necessary to glean the hidden truths of the upcoming unreleased expansion? Wow. I know. Shocking. Where is it? Page 52 of an EE3. Common roots. A preternatural power known as the Echo is said to allow the Source's champion to understand and be understood by any sentient being, regardless of language. But how was it the Scions, lacking their comrade's intuitive ability, were able to communicate with the residents of the First? To answer the question, one must consider Norvrand's standard alphabet, an example of which is described below. While the shapes are unfamiliar, every single letter has a matching counterpart in Eorzean's alphabet. This revelation is far less surprising when one learns that despite a number of regional differences, the common tongue of both Eorzean and Norvrand is essentially the same language. An incredible coincidence? This author would contend otherwise. 12,000 years ago, there was but one world. It stands to reason that whatever the language the ancients spoke before the Sundering, it would have survived in some form in the Reflections. The centuries of divergent history have left their mark, of course, but the uncanny similarities and relative ease with which the Scions adapt to their new linguistic environments are easy to accept when one considers the likelihood of a common ancestry. So you end up with the Allegan alphabet, that's the Eorzean alphabet, but that is all comes out of the postulated proto-alphabet, which is only ever used by the Loporrits. And the ancients. And the Loporrits use it because they're extensions of the Hydaelyn. Yeah. Imagine Pictomancy being an offshoot of Blue Mage. Yeah. Wait a minute. Have you seriously not done Blacksmith job? On Elio, I haven't. I've done all the job quests on my other character. But yes, I have leveled my crafters to 80 without doing even the first quest. Correct. 2 a.m. PST, so I could get Monday morning island stuff done before servers shut down. 14 goes down at 2 a.m. PST. Okay, so yeah, I got plenty of time. Yoshi's Turtle Shirt was about both class, which was 40 thinking. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's funny. I was in Vegas and I went to the Hot Topic where he clearly bought that shirt, and it was really impressive the level to which that shirt like covered so many things. But yeah, okay. Let's talk real quick about 6.5. I like 6.5 more the second time around. I think what I said at the start of today holds very much true in that I think 6.5, it doesn't spend enough time about it, like with the deep sorrows, the emotions. Like it doesn't spend enough. I think it doesn't go hard enough into some of the emotions sometimes, and I also think it kind of repeats itself in some ways too much. And I don't mean like thematically, I just mean literally there are times when if Zero used some goddamn synonyms rather than just saying my friends, but said things like I need allies. I think having some variability would make it feel a little less shonen. I love what they did with Golbez in 6.4 and 6.5. Golbez definitely, I think, so it worked for me before. To me, the forgiveness of Golbez, I think, was initially a little too quick for me, but that's only because I don't know. I was probably just partly in a bad place. But 6.1 through 6.5, I think it makes so much more sense because it's not just his arc alone. It's also clearly the culminations of Zero's journey to be able to offer him that trust, right? It's built very specifically and strongly from the get-go. So while I think I would have wanted a little bit, like, for instance, when Ajdaya and Vritra are reunited and Flo is playing, you know, that makes me feel something fierce. Yeah, I think I just would have wanted some more emotion, some more strong emotions, because so much of the void is, as we were saying at the top, right, is tell, don't show, or maybe more accurately, it was tell and show, but don't feel. Yeah. The flashback explaining Golbez switching sides feels really weird to me, like weirdly edited series. I don't think it's that it's weirdly edited, D. I think what the problem is that you're in the middle of action and then pausing to have separate information. It's just structured poorly. I also understand that there's really no better place to put it because of how they structured what was going on. But also that probably should have been solved for. Because, like, you don't going into the Zeromus fight with all of them and also Golbez on your side seems weird because, yeah. There's not a real good place to be. Here, feel show, yeah. Also, I was going to quit... I was gone quite some time. Did someone pick up OG Golbez's Memoria after it fell into the hole? Yes. Someone did. It got picked up, yes. I don't remember what exactly happened to it, but it does get picked up. Because he still... Golbez, I think, himself has the Memoria. Durante has it. Did we ever know what happened to the Golbez purple crystal? Real Golbez, not the other guy. Yeah, Golbez, not Durante. What's it called? OG Golbez, and Durante. Does Durante take it? Yeah, I think Durante has it. I think we take it. I think he either picks it up. Because remember, we come out of the vision and it's already gone. It's either gone or he picks it up. Something happened where, yeah. Make every reflection its own source. Do we think there is a solution to the reflections? Do we just keep the worlds that are left? Yes, we just keep... As we do it, we just keep... Try to restore the ones that are destroyed. Well, we can't destroy the ones that are... Restore the ones that are destroyed. That would just... Basically, you'd have to just resunder the source and destroy the people on the source in order to do that. There's no way to save the worlds that have already been rejoined. Without effectively tearing all the people of the source apart. You can't really make the reflections a source because they're all intrinsically linked. Do we find a way to rejoin everything without killing them? There is no way to rejoin everything without killing it. If you rejoined the first to the source, you would kill. It is impossible to do so without killing everyone, unless you move them all to the source. In which case, you are still consigning their home to oblivion. You can't. Literally, the aether that makes up the star is the thing that is rejoined. So that it's like the physical star itself. Yeah. I think that this writing 6.5 is a bit surface level, but the trial is very cool. I think it's more simple than it is surface. I think there's absolutely... I'm trying to think about what it is that I exactly disagree there, because it's not that I disagree that it's like, it's not the absolute strongest or that it's... But I think that, like, I don't know, surface level to me, I think is overly... I tend to think of it as being... it is inherently or quite shallow, and I don't know that I would give it that much criticism. Because 6.3 and 6.4 were quite slow, I feel like the arc stretched out a bit at the same time. It didn't go as deep as they could in the fields. IDK, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that there's some... I think the stretching out was perfectly fine. I have no problem with the timing and pacing in that regard. I think the problem is that we're also... Like, let's be real. Most of us are comparing 6.1 to 6.5 to an expansion, right? Like, we are comparing the patches to an expansion that is directly telling one full story with 6 new maps and a whole bunch of money and time for voicing and new characters and excitement, right? Everyone by the statue, we will shatter the source again. I think occasionally FF14 tries too hard to make references, sometimes at the expense of 14's story aesthetic. And while I like the characters over time, I felt sort of fatigued of FF4 references. See, I guess I didn't, because, like, really the only thing that the FF4 references that strongly are the Archfiends and Golbez. And by that logic, all of the Crystal Tower should be deserving of that, I think, condemnation. And its use. But, like, yeah, I mean, like, the amount that will vary. I would much rather them use them to tell that story now than to, like, never use them when it really makes sense to use the Archfiends as Void Sent and to contextualize them this way. The other thing is that, other than design, there is quite a big difference between the representation. There are differences between, like, very different story differences between them. Like that, what's the end game with the state of reality? I feel like there are threads here where it's what they have done with Reen and Zero and setting another long-term story up, doing something with them. Well, it's just the restoration of the reflection in the 13th. It's about restoring the first and the 13th. Did I say source? It's about restoring the first and 13th to full active, to returning them to the, like, level of soul and quality as the source, right? that's like it's about, or not swollen quality. It's about taking the empty and returning it to life, and it's about taking the 13th and returning it to some modicum of normalcy. Yeah, which is, yeah. Beyond just leaving them there to float alongside the source. I mean, the end game is, they are just different worlds that are reflection. There is no end game that is about rejoining the reflections. The end game is restoring the 13th to how it used to be, restoring the 1st to how it used to be, and creating inter-reflection travel so that there's relative ease between crossing between them. That's the end game. Is anyone else wondering where the 11 raids will take place map-wise? Like maybe in those clouded areas of Zoctral or Yuktral? Honestly, Guy, that's basically what I've been thinking. Though they could also do it where, imagine if there was a whole nation that existed during the first Astral era in like where like Tuliolal and Urkopach and all that is now, that was destroyed long ago. That was known as Vanadil, right? So I think they could play it a couple ways, but honestly, I think there's a good chance that that's the way they choose to play it. But we'll see. We'll see. There's all sorts of. There's still a whole map we haven't seen for Dawn Trail. We don't. It's what's a good way to put this? Imagine trying to come up with what happens in Pandemonia and what's going on in Pandemonium before you knew Elpis existed, right? Because that's what we were doing. A lot of my theories was ironically what Mists of the Realm kind of is, which is to do with like Silver Tier and what was locked below there. The story has no similarities to 4 at all. I wouldn't say not at all. There are touchstones. I think that's a bit far. What caused the big gash under the big bridge in the Dawn Trail maps anyhow? We don't the rend in the sea beneath the Stardust. I don't know. I've been looking at that map since NA when we first saw it, and I pointed out that there was like a gash, and I don't know. We don't know. It could have been a super weapon in like what happened with the Ridorana Cataract. It could have been a calamity. We just don't know. Yeah. I mean, like, occasionally I'd see something be like, what, this feels out of place, and inevitably I'd be something that was FF4 reference. I have a relatively petty example. Yeah, go ahead, Kill. What I will say is, I may just disagree vehemently that 4 feels out of place. I don't think any of the 4 stuff has felt out of place. The fucking ant boss. He looks nothing like the FF4 ants, nor the other ants in the dungeon, but I know he looks weird because he must look like an FF4 boss. That seems really weird to me. Like, what do you mean it looks like nothing like the other ants? By that logic, you could say, like, there are multiple varieties of tons of different things in this game. And also, that's the version of that thing from another reflection. That's like saying anything on the source, on the first, looks wrong if it's... Like, the hobgoblins don't look like goblins, so they look ridiculous. You know? At least that's like... Like, if you don't like its design, that's fine. But I don't think there's anything about the ant line that doesn't look distinctly like FF14. Hell, Typhon and Ultros are in that same bag. Or the Octomammoth, or, you know. Yeah, but the specific ant fights alongside FF normal 14 ants. Yeah, but like, I mean, the Ant Queen doesn't look quite like all of them in Cutter's Cry. I mean, like, it's just a slightly... I don't know. I'm not trying to fully do this out of hand, but I feel like that is kind of a petty example. Because, like, design aesthetic-wise, there's nothing about that doesn't... That's any particular weirder than any other, like, boss. Like, there's plenty of weird boss, like the Kraken. You know, like, if we just, like, looked through bosses. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe FF4 designs don't work for you, but, like, I don't think that... It's not like we're talking about Fall Guys level or anything here. Yeah, those antlines are a model from FF... They reused the model in 11? Interesting. Because the design definitely comes from the 4 boss, from the Edwards realm place. I'm sorry, the story to B 6.0 is more like FF4 than 6.x. Story B to story B 6.0 is more like FF4 than 6.x, but 6.x is more direct references. Yeah, not inaccurate. Also, but still, FF 6.0 still just shares very little in a lot of ways with FF4. Like cats, there are many cats in this game. Yeah, but the specific game fights alongside, yeah, you just named all the references to other games. Right, but that was my point. My point is that there are plenty of references. Like Eden doesn't look out of place for 14. Eden's from 4, or from 8, right? Anima does not look out of place for Final Fantasy 14. Anima's from 10. The Magus Sisters in this are a reference to 4, but they look like they're from, you know, they make sense for 14. I think every aesthetic can fit in 14 given the context. Yeah, the context is the really important part. Like Pictomancer, like people are complaining about Pictomancer not looking like it fits in 14, and honestly, I just don't agree with that very much. It feels like what they're saying is because it's saturated and painty, and like kind of like maybe that like looks Splatoony a bit, which I understand that like analogous, but like those paint effects have been in the game since Stormblood. They're like really just modified versions of the paint emotes, which do I have on Elio? I don't have on Elio. And from the 06 mechanics, right? It's not like any of the Stormblood, it's not like any of the Omega bosses look out of place, particularly for 14. The gamer uses assets from many FFs. Yeah, it's true. Using models based on old sprites is not much different, and they have been going for more old FF aesthetics than Shadowbringers. I don't even know since Shadowbringers. The thing is that I see like the pre 7 stuff. Yeah, because in A Realm Reborn they reused a lot of 11, and they reused even quite a bit of 13 as well. Strikes out too much compared to everything else. Sin Eatery. Really? I don't agree with that at all. Especially as the first Sin Eater, I definitely think Eden looks very Sin Eatery to me. Do I have the mount? I think I have the mount on Elio. Because we can direct compare this. Yeah, I do have the mount. Here, let's go to Summerford. What makes Picto Grays that makes Kryl happy, and that's all that matters. Yeah, honestly, that's not bad light. That's not a bad metric. Like, to me, that is very Sin Eatery. Like, the halo aesthetic, the white aesthetic, the feather and wing aesthetic, the architectural motifs, winged architectural motifs. About the red cape. Well, Kribu has the stuff that drapes off their sides. Yeah, I guess, but one element of distinction that actually provided like some flow, I think, is hardly, especially when it was based on came about because of Metron's soul as opposed to a regular person's. I think, isn't that weird? No, so it's 7:08. I have to go. Sorry, guys. No, thank you, V, for pointing that out. I was trying to end at 7. I went 10 minutes late. Okay, guys, that's 6.5. I will see you guys all on if it did fall in. I will see you guys all on Tuesday, which one we'll be finishing up and get on a 6.55. And then guess what? We're gonna have no new content until Dawn Trail, which means that we're gonna have to all make our own content, which means it's a good time to catch up on anything you haven't done. Do Baja, get your relics. Do any of the raids, the Alliance raids, any of that stuff you haven't done. Go do. Make sure you do Manderville. Manderville weapons are gonna be Biss weapons starting on Tuesday. So yeah. Hope you all have a good one, guys, and I will see you all very, very soon. If you want to support us, you can support us over on patreon.com. Get your name in the banner above my head, as well as the end of videos. And, yeah. You know, things. Cheers, everybody.